What's up? What's up with you?
I think someone needs to take V's Twitter away. I think the visions of V turned out to be
You mean V the video game character, not V the person.
yes, turned out to be hallucinations of not real things. Or at the very least, I don't think he understands the power that he wields because
I think that's probably the most accurate reading.
this is the second story within a month or two. So Brian Hanford, the guy that plays V in Devil May Cry 5, had a big explosive tweet this weekend that everybody was definitely freaking out over, which is something to the effect of, I'm really excited for that new hashtag Capcom versus game.
Oh man, there's gonna be tons of new characters, maybe
No
even
one
somebody you know.
Didn't say anything like that, but said, I'm really excited for the new hashtag Capcom versus game. To which everyone went, well, you're an official voice actor on the Capcom franchise Devil May Cry, so you plus Twitter equals announcements. And you know how we've seen a couple of these go by where there has been
Okay, so by the way, I just want to point out, new characters but could be very familiar is the second part of his tweet.
Okay,
You're
all right.
super wrong.
All right. I'm sorry. So he tweets out that, and it reminds me of, like, you know, every other time you've seen a celebrity or a voice actor like accidentally say something in this way, except you can just tell when it's like, that's not anything. That's not an accident. That's not a mistaken reveal. That's just a problem, right? Like, that's a misunderstanding.
There's this long-standing history, in particular with Devil May Cry, where Ruben Langdon and Daniel Southward and Johnny Young Bosch just hang out at events.
Yes.
And be like,
yeah.
oh boy,
Yeah.
sure am excited about Project. Oh, I've been hanging out with Ruben a lot lately.
For sure. So Dan Southworth, like, putting his Facebook profile thing to the DMC5 logo was what it was,
like,
right? Then, and you know, Ruben just being like, yeah, hey, check it out. Look who I'm hanging out with for whatever.
Yeah.
You know, don't worry about it. Like, yeah, that's when you know something is happening, right? Those are the types of, this wasn't that.
This was like, hey guys.
This was just a
new versus game.
Just straight up. You're like, what? No, that's ridiculous, right?
So there was a fun bit about this because everyone was going crazy. And I took one look at this and I went, that's not fucking real.
It's not real.
That's
in any,
super fake.
Nitsuma,
we did a story about Nitsuma leaving the company last week.
Literally 7 days ago. So it makes, so like, yeah, that's one of those bits where it's like, you know, you can jump on that and take it at face value, but like, you know better. That's completely, that can't, like, it's super fake, right? So, not fake, but
no one knows better.
So, in January, he was on a podcast, and they were talking about, like, Capcom versus games and Smash and things like that. And he kind of said something to the effect of, like, he's a huge fan of like those games, and he's like, man, it would be such an honor, it'd be huge to make it into a versus Capcom game, or like Super Smash Brothers, and then he says, which is what Dante's gonna be.
Yeah. And
everyone was like, what the fuck was that?
Flat.
Did you just throw that out there?
Just like, yeah, Dante's gonna be a Smash character.
And then that was, you know, and then obviously, like, you know, well, at least the announcement that came around was certainly not Dante
at this current
juncture. But that came out a while ago and was very weird. So apparently, off of that, you know, there's like, okay, he just kind of spoke in a way that was, he's talking about his personal excitement. Wasn't an official thing, but still led to a bunch of confusion.
This obviously feeds into the fact that if you want to find out dank secrets about the video game business, go ask actors or voice actors. They'll tell you anything. They don't give a shit.
I mean, so whatever. We talked about the Veronica Mars thing before.
We had fucking Guy Seehee on the old podcast.
Yeah.
Spoil his own involvement in a fucking game that hadn't come out yet.
Right. So, you know, and like, yeah, and like, and I think in the context of that random podcast conversation, it was, again, like, not something. It's like, in context, it seems to have been more like, Dante would have been the pick, not V.
Of course.
And for either or of those games, not necessarily specifying one or the other.
Or
right?
He was like, maybe if I get the ball rolling, they'll put him in the 65 days between me saying this and the game DLC happening. Maybe that'll happen.
Modders have turned tighter deadlines around.
Maybe there's a moment in his mind where I'm like, if I do this and then everyone gets real excited, they'll make another versus game.
Hey man, if they can get Goose Game, Untitled Goose, into Dragon Ball Kakarot in 3 hours, they can do anything.
It could be done.
So anyway,
Capcom should do it.
So, obviously, that was just like, and it's a hot button that he doesn't realize how rabid people are for A, Smash Brother character announcements.
That's correct.
And B, anything versus Capcom in general.
Especially after the last one was kind of a little
yeah. And we couldn't run any harder back to the past than Evo throwing up MVC2 on the main stage. So all that to say that there's a hankering for all this, and I just think he just kind of landed on that, and certainly just didn't know what was going to happen. And then this time around again with this new tweet, same idea, and fucking everyone overreacts and blows up on it. But damn it, dude, don't tweet that shit. Literally, you have to realize the power and responsibility now of being V.
There was my big favorite part of this story is that one day later, he, unprompted by anyone talking to him, decided to tweet, "Let me be 100% clear. I have no knowledge of any new Capcom games or any other what their games entail. This tweet was me being a big fan and seeing an Instagram ad about Capcom.
Yes.
I am in no way teasing or revealing info."
And to be perfectly honest, sure, the calls might have come in and been like, dude, what the fuck?
Brian, what the fuck you doing?
But even if they didn't, right? Even if they didn't, the reaction to the tweet would be enough to scare anybody who understands, I think people are taking this the wrong way.
Because it blows up and it's trending.
And 4 weeks ago, the same thing happened off of the podcast
and he's like, oh, wait, but this isn't real. Am I going to get in trouble?
Yeah.
Yes.
So.
Yes, you will get in trouble.
Goodbye, V.
Goodbye.
No. It'd be cool to have him, continue to exist in some sort of, menu announcer kind of way, or just as some sort of voice.
I think probably that would be the best.
Shopkeeper.
Or that when the camera zooms in on Virgil and his inner thoughts are represented by V's voice.
Zoom inside and that's what's happening. Yeah. Or it's that or Urizen, one or the other, on each shoulder.
Yeah,
on each shoulder you've got Urizen and you've got fucking V telling him which way to go with it. Yep, that's it. And then when V can't decide, then he has to go over to the animal buddies.
Yes,
and they're appearing to give.
And they all sit around a little mind table.
There you go.
This is the same kind of dumb energy that I was thinking of when I was like, if we get a Sparda prequel, which I think was talked about for the PSP, for DMC 0 or whatever the fuck it was.
That wasn't anything.
Well, there was a DMC game announced for the PSP, and people thought it was going to be 0, and it would be Sparda.
No, that's all just what we want.
Yeah, you're right. But
that's not at all.
Do you remember when Sparda woke up to justice and how poor, that's just never touched on ever?
Mm-hmm.
I assume it would be he saw Ava and Ava was really hot and he was like, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
But I prefer the idea that he saw a pizza.
Okay.
And was like, what is that? And then he ate a slice of pizza and was like, I have to save the human world.
See, I think that's ridiculous because I think Dante's love of pizza comes from the fact that he was in a stuffy old mansion with a stuffy old heroic monocle motherfucker that would never disgrace the dinner table with a pizza. Look at those photos
I don't know,
of
man.
the family gathering.
It's like a fucking...
The kind of person that sits down the family to take a photo like that and to get that type of painting done. And Ava's being all like perfectly motherly.
And she's in robes. And
she might sneak them a slice of pizza.
Okay.
But Sparda would never.
So you're saying that the pizza is Dante's thing. That would mean that Virgil
hates
and
the fact,
and Sparda have specific dumb depression foods.
Listen, Sparda brought pasta to the table.
Okay.
And that's the type of meal that he would have everyone eat.
He's a spaghetti linguine man.
Bugman loves his spaghettis.
Okay. All right.
And I think that Virgil took that and then took it to be, yes, the most refined udons and ramens.
Fuck. Oh, God.
And then
just DMC5's painting of him as just a hyper weeaboo is the absolute best ever.
So he's like, yes, father did love the noodle. You know, and it's like, that's not quite the same thing, Virgil. And he's like, I eat the udon and the ramen.
This udon has been folded over 1,000 times.
Truly, with the most delicious egg cracked over it. You know, and that's where he goes off to fucking study the blade and protect virginities until, of course, he doesn't. But Dante swerves the other way and just goes woohoo because mom slipped him some Pizza Hut one time.
Yeah,
you know? And Dante's that girl in the baseball stands holding the fucking the cotton candy.
Yeah,
just powering up and freaking out because Ava just gave Dante a little bit of cotton candy. Ava gave Dante a little bit of cotton candy. And he's just like, what is this? You know, that's how he got into the wacky woohoo pizzas. Virgil having none of it. Sparda's having none of it.
It reminds me of that that cute little comic that's like, Dante, why do you always eat pizza? It's like, I always eat pizza when I'm depressed, but you eat pizza every day. Yeah. And then it just zooms in on his blank eyes.
Yeah.
But that's not true because we know that Dante doesn't eat pizza when he's depressed. He eats ice cream.
That's true too.
He eats chocolate sundaes when he's depressed.
That's true too. You will give me that egg.
Oh my God.
He's in there. You know it. So anyway, yeah, so every time he has to make a decision and he's like, should I wake up to justice? And then like little V on the shoulder appears, pops in, and then opens the book and starts reading a Blake quote.
Wait. Okay, yeah. I got so confused.
He's like, no, what? And he's going on in the quote. And then Urizen's just like, nah, don't do it.
Nah, power though.
Nah, don't do it. And then he's like, should I judgment nut? And Urizen's like, yeah.
Yeah, dude.
And V's
you
like,
do that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And it's like, okay.
And Golem and Griffin and the cat are there, and they all go, yeah, do it.
Yeah.
Do it, you pussy.
Griffin specifically goes, potty time! and then Cat fight, and then whatever, Panther or whatever, like does the fucking spike attack.
Oh God. That's terrible. I hate that. I hate it.
Yeah.
Jesus Christ.
Yeah. And I think he gets the picture. You know?
That's always the part.
Virgil's inner party.
That's always the part that
times.
got me of their attitudes is that Virgil was the one that knocked somebody up. Like, right?
Mm-hmm.
Like,
or Mysterious Lady in Red just was that determined and had that much motivation.
Just scoop some off the sidewalk.
Tackled.
Oh no.
You know, she turns her head in that cutscene, and then we don't know what happens.
This is the power of humans.
And maybe, you know, maybe the power of mankind was just that fucking.
Do you think they
undeniable.
ever saw Sparda walking around the house doing chores in Bugman version?
Hell no. No, he never bugged up at home. That was ridiculous. Think about how, like, remember how their whole...
You're right, I'm sorry. What a ridiculous question.
Well, it's like, no, but like their transformation was such a big deal.
Yeah.
In the fucking Awakening, you know what I mean? Like, it's like, nah, he didn't bug up at home. He just kind of fucking polished swords all day.
Yeah.
And then he hung them on the walls, And then
he's like, oh, I'm going to split my power later.
And then every once in a while, he'd be like, hey, Dante, come here. And then Dante would come running, and then he'd, like, throw a sword through him. Dante's like, wah! You got me.
I got you again.
Yeah. And he's like, now pull it out the hard way. Like,
oh man.
Through the hilt.
Oh, dude.
He's like, oh, that sucks. And
this
he's like,
is going to come in really useful.
You got to get used to that feeling. A lot of big sword
And when you
pails.
get really good at it, your clothes won't even be messed up either.
There you go. So, that's what it was. That's all it was. It was stuffy. It was a stuffy old manor, and a stuffy old house. And he was just kind of like living way too old style for a modern day.
Because he was like
family.
a weird bug man. So, like, do you think he looked at his kids that were just like reading poetry and watching anime all day? And then the other one was just like listening to rock music and like playing the drums. It's like, is this normal?
But that's the problem. Is that rock music existed.
Yeah.
But he was still.
Yeah.
He was still going. He was still doing it the old way.
Upper bug lip.
And so on. So yeah, like who wouldn't want to get away from that? Or at the very least, just be like, boo, that's boring. But he was still kind of cool though, because he was powerful.
Yeah. I really hope sometime in DMC we get a fucking definitive answer.
It would be great.
Where the fuck Sparda went off to.
It would be great to find out the answer to all those questions. And it would, what would be great too? To have it play out in a way where, like, in front of the kids, he kind of had that upright demeanor.
Yeah.
But then the moment they weren't looking, he was just Dante. Virgil in front of the camera, Virgil in front of the family.
He's got to be different. So we talked a lot about this way back when DMC5 came out, and that Dante is like rock cool, that Virgil is weeb cool, and that Nero is punk cool, and V is goth cool, right?
Yeah.
And I went back and I even saw the ending of DMC4 where Dante literally calls him a punk.
Okay.
So Sparda has to be a different. It can't just be like Wahoo Pizza.
Okay.
He has to be something like surfer cool,
Churchill cool. Can we go that way?
Big speech, big speeches,
upright and
drunk,
perhaps, or anything from that era, like yeah.
Posh. Is there a posh cool? Is that such a thing?
I mean, like Churchill. What's his name again? Hitchcock cool.
Hitchcock cool.
Can we go Hitchcock cool?
I could think
Gentleman cool.
I could think of like a Clint Eastwood kind of thing.
But too raw, too unrefined.
Hair metal, people are saying in the chat.
Dandyism.
Slayer
and Dudley.
Okay, yeah. All right, there it is.
That's it.
So he kills the random demon that comes to the house, and he does a cool line, right? But it's kind of lame, like Dudley's, because it's too posh.
And I was just sitting down for tea.
And the two kids look at that, and Dante goes, "Wow, that's so cool, but I bet it could be even cooler." And Virgil goes, "Ugh."
Mm-hmm.
Why didn't he just not say anything? That would be way cooler.
Well, no, you see, Virgil liked the nobility of the act, and Dante liked the taunt.
Mm-hmm.
And then you take it both ways. See, because here's the thing, right? Goken was neither Ken nor Ryu.
No, he wasn't.
He was just some old guy.
He was just old.
That's it. Nothing going on there to influence.
He has like a really poorly defined personality now that I think of it. I don't know what Goken's about at all.
But then again, he's also not their fathers. They just learned from him and whatever.
Yeah.
But I think in Sparda's case, there's enough there to like to backwards write a character that would like influence them in that at least those formative years, and like you couldn't write it beforehand. Like you'd have to do it after the fact, especially now that we have pretty much the full
we have everything
timeline on the table except for him.
He's a whole blank slate. Other than he's posh looking and he turns into a bug man.
What if he still was totally secretly into BDSM though?
Yeah, I mean that's fine. Can't you like? Kink
What if
cool?
What if he still had the king closet?
Oh,
And it's like, okay, listen, we can't bring this world into the canon.
Dad, what's in this closet? They're for killing demons.
This cat of nine tails is actually a demon.
It's a devil arm.
It's a devil arm. But
Yeah.
what's up?
Yeah. It's very dangerous.
Yeah.
Don't play in the room.
Yeah. So yeah, every time you get a little bored in the bedroom, go out and kill a demon, or just beat its ass until it surrenders and turns into a weapon, and then now you got some new toys. How about that? Hell's a weird place, man.
Okay. Here's the real question. When did Ava fall in love with Sparda? Was it once he had woken up to justice and was normal, or was when she saw him the first time and he was a horrible bug man?
Yeah, so I don't think the bug man got the juices flowing.
You don't know that.
I don't know that.
You don't know that.
I refuse to know that. But it is entirely plausible that he woke up to justice because of her. In a Dracula way.
Okay.
Think about Dracula.
Okay.
Think about the human that walks up and is all like,
I'm gonna fuck Dracula.
and then we get the photo of after I totally fucked Dracula.
And Dracula's like, this bitch fucked the shit out of me. Damn.
What am I gonna do? Hey, what? Babies. You're right.
Oh, that's what this is.
Yeah. It's like that.
Okay.
It was one of those. I think that's kind of what happened, and then the justice would have been the waking up to justice is kind of waking up to that ass.
I just love the phrase waking up to justice.
Yeah, totally.
It's so stupid.
Because it's like, what is justice? And it's like, well, it's protecting humanity. And what is protecting humanity? It's that ass, though.
It's that ass.
If I let Mundus win, then that ass goes away, and that's bad. So I should get my Force Edge out.
Yeah.
Swing it.
Nah. That's.
He did it.
I don't like this. This is too far for me.
They saved that sword.
They did.
They really saved it.
Sword was terrible.
It was the worst, and I had given up hope on it.
Yeah, and then
they brought it back.
You see it in 3, and you're like, oh, it's that one. It used to be cool.
Yeah.
And then all I can think about is like, wait a second. If that shit was so beefy that it was the seed of Sparta's sealed off power, yada, 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 blah, 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 right? And even the ungross bug version of that sword was the shit, right?
Mm-hmm.
What's up with Alistair then? How come Alistair just replaces it instantly?
We don't talk about Alistair. Alistair went to Beautiful Joe World and never came back.
Oh, I'm gonna. Oh.
We don't. Never mind that. Yeah.
That was weird, man.
Well, Anyway.
All right. Well, nonsensical banter and Brian. Don't listen. Hey, here's my pro tip of the day. Don't listen to Brian Hanford if he's got a secret to tell you. It's probably bullshit.
/ assume that he's just talking from excitement because he was.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that's what's up.
Get a good old picture of V and just slap it on the fucking Memento meme of "Don't believe his lies."
Man,
and you're good to go.
Could you imagine how angry Beowulf would be if he got turned into like a butt plug? Could you imagine the rage? He'd be fucking pissed. Nevin would be super cool with it. Nevin would love it.
The answer is maybe. You don't know.
Nevin would be totally down to get turned into some kind of kinky object.
Yeah.
But Beowulf would fucking hate it, bro. He'd be super pissed.
So you say, are you in your mind? Okay. Wait, hold on. So I always assumed when a devil died, they turned into whatever their soul image of a weapon was.
No, so the novel...
oh, really?
The novel elaborates on this, right? Because it shows you when Dante goes to the island where Lucia is from DMC2.
Yeah.
And
she keeps telling him to knock her up, and he's like, "No way, fam."
Yep, exactly. And he meets the grandmother and stuff. That whole thing is about how he enslaves Balrog.
Yeah.
Right, and then why he has it from the jump in 5, and that whole adventure shows you that apparently when you beat up a demon until it is about to die, or at the very least at its weakest, its sign of surrender, its showing of its belly, is turning into a weapon.
Right.
So that is that process.
So that it gets to keep living in some form.
Exactly.
Oh, what's going on here?
I think there was a bit of an issue with our
hello?
our power plug there. Did we lose juice?
Am I still alive? And how much juice do I retain?
What happened? Okay, I'm in the frozen time.
Well, your camera's dead. You got to go to the webcam in the thing.
Yeah, I can fix it.
You got to turn it off and then turn it back on again.
Okay. Because suddenly the computer was like, "Yeah, your battery's on juice," and I'm like, "What? No,
that's
it's
not correct at all." Oh no, that laptop's an old piece of shit. That's the old office laptop that has a broken space bar.
But also the power on the tripod happened to just hit the corner of the table in such a right way, where I think it turned the switch off. So I think
why doesn't everything just work?
Because we have not invented the chiral network yet.
Oh, that's right. And then everything will just work once we get the chiral network.
Yep.
It just works.
Yeah, I mean, the startup battery is the most important piece. But yeah.
Yeah, it is.
Yeah. So do we take that as a sign that that's the end of that segment?
I guess so.
Okay. That's fine. How was your week?
My week was all right. Not a whole lot to speak of, except for one incredibly important thing, which is I went with One Peach Saliva, of course, to see Sonic the Hedgehog on Valentine's Day.
Well, now.
Because that is the most romantic thing that you can do.
Big romance.
What did you do, Wooly? Did you go out and have a candlelit dinner or a walk on the beach or some other lame shit? No, you should have seen Sonic. Did you see Sonic on Valentine's Day?
I went to go see Sonic the Hedgehog alone.
That's on Valentine's Day?
No.
Okay.
I went this weekend, but I just went by myself.
Okay. Man!
Nothing wrong with that.
Hey, aside from...
Nothing wrong with that.
No, absolutely not. I never understood the what do you call it? The stigma against going to the movies by yourself.
Yeah.
Like, I've gone to multiple movies by myself.
I haven't done it very often, but I've done it.
You hit that point where you're like, I would like to see a movie, and I know no matter who I dial in my phone, no one's going to want to come out to where I'm at and see a movie in the next 15 minutes.
Yeah, sure.
So
I went to go see Swordfish alone.
Yeah.
I went to go see The World Is Not Enough alone.
Mm-hmm.
Okay,
those, yeah. I'm not surprised you saw those movies alone.
There was a couple others in there more recently.
I think I saw one Tarantino movie alone, but I can't remember what it was. I forgot all about Sonic because all I can think about right now, for some reason, is the Olive Garden. I have this intense craving to go eat at the Olive Garden.
I mean, it is just coincidence, surely.
It must be a coincidence.
From last week, the bit to now became relevant. But, so I mean, Sonic, like...
Sonic loves the Olive Garden.
Here's how I feel about Sonic. Like I'm not gonna spoil anything. I'm just gonna say that I think it struck me as a perfectly serviceable kids movie.
Yep.
It was just fine.
Mm-hmm.
It hit me the exact same way that it hit Detective Pikachu,
mm-hmm.
where I was just like, yeah, okay.
And
you did what you came to do.
Mm-hmm.
There was no real like pop off, you know what I mean? It was like, yeah, that's it. That's the Sonic.
Mm-hmm.
It didn't, and in the same way, it didn't like err or flaw in any major ways.
There's one.
there's what I will say is I think the Jim Carrey did exactly what he was hired to do, to be the goofy,
Be zany
exactly character. I like okay. John Ralphio eventually warms up and does the job, right?
Okay.
But like I do prefer old Sonic voice in general. I like that closer to Jaleel White sounding, nasally hedgehog voice. But he definitely like John Ralphio is doing the I'm annoying kind of character.
Sonic is
So
stupid.
it works. Oh,
He is not intelligent.
Yeah, well,
He's not an intelligent hedgehog.
Well, he's not an idiot.
No, but he's not intelligent.
Yeah, he's just he raised himself and he's kind of just figuring it out.
Yeah,
so.
he's kind of awkward, really.
He's socially awkward.
Yeah,
socially awkward.
One
sure.
socially awkward hedgehog
for given reasons.
Yes.
Right. And again, you'd also, you'd think that like given the nature of like your ability to go places very quickly, that you would learn more about like your geography
or the whole planet.
Yeah, you'd think you would cover everything about everything you needed to know, but he didn't do that. He decided to stay.
They do like so. I would like to go on. It's like I think I like the movie a lot more than you did, and I think it's very much like Detective Pikachu in that it is a good baseline 6 to 7. It is a average to fine movie. And then your enjoyment will therefore be raised up based on how much you give a shit about Sonic minutia, in which there was a ton of just tiny little things, including some children's drawings and phrases.
There's references
that they went hard on.
They went very hard on memes. When
they're
like
really old memes too, so you're not worried about them going out of style because they already went out of style.
So when like they're showing you like like there's like the Earth and then there's like the original sort of like Green Hills that he comes from and all that stuff. Like when they're showing you all the other things, like was that like next one in line a reference in the obvious thought process?
Yes, I thought it was.
And then they just lean into it.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. That was a reference then. Okay.
Cool.
They go into memes.
They get your what does Sonic eat correct?
Sure. Is there anywhere in like the comics or somewhere where like that there's an owl creature?
So I'm gonna have to check on that.
Gabora.
I looked across at a Sonic aficionado during this film, and she looked at me and said, "Who the fuck is that?"
Okay.
So I'm gonna assume that's made for the movie.
And there's pieces set up obviously for like where like things you could do with the future of this if you wanted to make a franchise out of it.
Oh, I get a real strong suspicion from the end of this movie that they're planning sequels.
Within 5 minutes of the beginning, you can see them setting up like for what they want with the future, right? Like from basically like the beginning of the movie is Baby Sonic basically. So like from everything with that, there's stuff there that's like obviously
that's dropped and we're just ignored for the whole movie.
Pretty much. So otherwise, totally fine, and it focuses on him. The Marsden doesn't overshadow too much or whatever.
There's some weird stuff going on with him and his female co-host. Is that the
co-host,
co-worker,
wife?
The lady? I don't remember her name. All I can remember is Pretzel. Yeah,
Pretzel.
So
lady.
Pretzel, she's great. I actually really love the
Raging
bit
Storm.
where she's asking if she has stayed cool during the situation.
Yeah, very good. That was fun.
They have what I would call anti-chemistry in that every time that a couple in a kid's movie or whatever would like do a big hug and like a kiss or whatever, they just kind of like Marsden awkwardly puts his arm around her shoulder.
Yeah, they kept it super platonic.
It's really weird.
They kept it super platonic, and I was paying attention to how platonic the couple felt. It's true. It's totally. I noticed that.
Sonic lives in a weird sexless universe.
Okay, there's one like the keeping it cool was really funny. That I enjoyed that, but like There was nothing. I just kind of smiled at the end of the day. There's only one part of this movie that I laughed at, like, out loud. And this is just like somewhere near the start. And it's just like, basically there's a moment in which they like James and Sonic pull up to like a gas station that's next to a biker bar.
Yeah.
And James is like, okay, I'm going to get some supplies. Stay in the car.
Yeah.
And then Sonic looks over and he sees like the biker bar, but it just happens to be the most hype poppin' biker bar ever.
It's so crazy because
it's
like
really
the gas
funny.
station is apparently across the street.
Yeah.
But the biker bar is so loud and there's so many flames and people
like,
riding sideways on the like how was this not visible?
It's a poppin' loud bonfire party out in the front of this biker bar.
It's a biker bar that the Terminator would look out of place going to because he would be afraid.
It is Roadhouse simultaneously, you know, like, and like Sonic is like, what the fuck? That's the coolest thing ever. And then he's like, nah, I can't. Looks away. And then he peeks back at it. And then it just, like, everyone is gathered around, like, two women arm wrestling. And, like, one of them slams the arm down. Everyone's like, yeah. And he's like, oh my God, they're having so much fun. No. And he looks away. And then 2 seconds later looks back.
And it's like, the third shot.
Someone's motorcycle is doing burnouts as he's surfing on top of it.
Yeah, he's surfing on the side of it. And the motorcycle.
And everyone's in a circle going, yeah. And it's so absurdly fun. It's like, why would this random biker bar have so much fun in
the
this
Pacific
one
Northwest, I might add.
No, like out of nowhere. And it was like, I fucking, like, that got me. That really got me. You know, every 2 seconds you look away and look back and everyone's loving it. So I was like, yeah, all right. That was really funny. And beyond that, you know, pretty straightforward.
I very much liked it. I got exactly what I wanted out of it, which was there was the middle of the movie drags a little bit, the road trip, but like there was not. We've watched a lot of video game movies, and the vast majority are you're resting in between hard cringing, right? You're sitting there just going, oh man, they're gonna do the thing. It's terrible, right? That didn't happen once to me. Instead, it was just whether or not this obscure like Sonic joke will land with the audience. And for me, they pretty much all did.
There's also the thought that comes in whenever you're reading like a Flash comic, for example, of just like, what's to stop this problem from being instantly solved? You know, and
which becomes a problem for about 80% of the movie, because when it shows you how fast Sonic is, you're like, how does
well, a big one,
how do problems still exist on planet Earth?
Yeah, a big one is certainly, it's like, well, he's too small to carry a human being. Yeah, right. So that's one thing, but
he's not physically like strong. He can't pick up more than maybe 30 pounds.
No. But then I guess, like, at some point where you're just like, okay, but like the idea of a car, it's like, what about learning the directions?
Here's a map, Sonic.
Here's a GPS.
Do you know how to read a map?
And then you're good to go. And like this entire road
that's
trip.
why the movie has an entire dedicated bit as to why the movie doesn't get solved instantly, and why James Marsden has to go along for the road trip and have an adventure. Because Sonic is not intelligent.
Yeah. And he's also a child, basically.
You know what? No, he is intelligent. Sonic totally taught himself how to read.
And he understands, like, references, and he's making, like, jokes about, like, The Rock.
And the popular new dances
and he's doing
of the day.
He is doing a floss. He is flossing.
I got the feeling that Sonic was out of touch, which I thought was perfect. He's not quite as out of touch as I would have wanted.
No, but there's definitely at least a scene or two where he's kind of just like, I need help. I don't know what I'm doing. And you're like, and you know, it is what it is. Yeah. But for the most part, you know, I think it's a bit weird to think too that like this is what brings Jim Carrey out of retirement.
Yeah.
It's so strange to think that was his pick.
And he'll be back, I'm certain.
But he also, like, not only was that his pick, but it's like, it was a pick that wasn't like, I'm going to do something way out of character that like the returning role usually would be.
No, he's a caricature. Ha 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 ha.
It's I'm coming out of retirement for this, and I'm doing exactly what I was known for in the 90s.
Yeah.
And there's no
He's
twist to it.
He's an evil Ace Ventura.
Yeah. It's pretty like, wow, okay, I guess I don't know. I you would expect him to come back and do I don't know, let's say a
23. You know, like
no, I was going to say what the fuck was that movie called? Well, the
give me any detail whatsoever.
The serious Adam Sandler movie where like he did a really good job before the current
He
one.
was in an Adam Sandler movie?
No. Oh god damn it. It's the one where he's like in a relationship or he's trying to be and he's just playing a serious role and it's not a particularly funny movie. Punch Drunk Love.
Oh, that's okay. I thought you were like trying to list an actual Jim Carrey movie.
No. I was saying like when an actor that's known for comedy goes away and comes back and does something super
Well, that's
different.
why I mentioned 23 because that thing's a fucking mess.
There's that, right? Or more apt would be Uncut Gems. But anyway, that was he just came back and did what he was known for, and that was the thing. That was the job.
I was pleasantly surprised that despite the fact that he's great and I love Jim Carrey, he did not carry the whole movie on his shoulders.
Carrey didn't carry the whole movie.
I know, right? His name is a verb, so it's really easy. But like I was worried I was going to walk into a movie and every time Sonic and James Marsden were on the screen, I'd want to put a gun in my mouth, and then you'd be like, oh, Jim Carrey's here to save the scene, and that was not the case. He actually comes down a bit to live in the same stupid world.
I mean, he has a couple of like one-liners that are like, you know, like fun. But I was kind of also waiting to cringe.
Yeah,
really hard.
That's what I was talking about earlier. I was expecting some cringe,
and I did.
What cringed you out?
At the flossing.
Yeah.
And then the Flossed Redux.
So that's because Sonic's out of touch and because we're out of touch.
No, I think by the time the animators were putting that into the movie, relevance was still high.
In fact, come to think of it, when did Shazam come out? Did that come out last summer?
I think it was a year ago.
Okay, I want to say Shazam came out last summer, early to that, because Shazam had flossing. Right? And this movie was supposed to come out last, September?
Yeah. Although...
Where flossing would have been closer to its relevance.
Shout-outs to that tweet that shows you the old horrible model as a painted stand-in. And then Tyson Hesse being like, but it was a fake campaign for marketing, though. And it's like, that was the dumbest thing to begin with. Like... The idea that it's like this was a fake thing that we're going to spend money on to drum up hype.
They could have bombed the movie outright.
And it's like if they just went right to the model that they used in the beginning, it would have had nothing but goodwill the entire time.
Yep.
You know, people would have been a little bit weird about the fur part, but ultimately
there's one bit in the movie where
would have been fine.
Where I want to say the specter of the nightmare Sonic remains. Mm-hmm. And it's really fucking awkward because you can't watch it and not know that's what's going on. There is a small bit in which Sonic gets a tiny bomb stuck to his glove in the movie. And there is a slapstick sequence
I was thinking
in which they can't figure out how to get the tiny bomb off of his glove.
Yes, I was totally... Yeah, you're right.
And the reason why is because the whole scene must have been acted out and most of it done because it was stuck to his hand.
I was totally... So that 100% occurred to me when I watched it, and then I immediately forgot about it afterwards.
But it's like, this scene makes... He's got a Looney Tunes glove on! Just pull it... done!
Yeah.
But then we would have had to see his gross hand.
I like honestly, like I don't really have any complaints. I just kind of wish it was funnier. Like I just wish the jokes landed a little bit better, but there's not. It's a vague.
Well,
sort of
there's two things for
wave.
that. It's like no, it's not. It's no Pixar movie in terms of laughs.
How tight those laughs are. Yeah.
But it would have hit harder for you if you were one, a child, or two, a big Sonic fan.
But a good example in those Pixar movies is that those are children's movies where they're still legitimately hilarious and great. Like I know that you can lower like a lot of what you're supposed to expect if you're like it's a children's movie is definitely like the broad blanket
and it's a good way to
statement.
deflect criticism of something that sucks ass.
Right. But in this case, it doesn't suck ass.
No, it doesn't. It's fine to slightly above average.
But there are examples of children's movies where I'm like, that was fucking hilarious. Yeah. And so I'm just simply commenting on that.
Now, being aware to say that it is fine to slightly above average, like objectively, I freaking love that movie. We might actually go see it again. Because
really liked it.
There was a bunch of stuff in it that just tickles something inside.
Okay, you reflect on your side.
There's a throwaway bit about Carl in the Blue Devil that they go back to a couple times that fucking cracked me up. I absolutely love everything about that fucking weird character, and I hope that character. Like, I'm in the point where this dumb joke about Crazy Man. I'm like, man, I hope he gets more lines in the sequel because that would be great.
That would be
right. Just all the
that like there's a lot that those are bits that like definitely you could go back to and revisit for a good shit. I'm
actually sitting in the theater going, oh wow, they got that dumb meme in, hooray, and then I clap.
Sure. Yep.
Obviously we wanted to see slightly darker memes get in there.
Yeah, well,
but it's not to
Shadow's not picking up a gun.
I'm talking about Sonic's weird balls, dude.
Okay, well, also James Marsden.
Get with it.
James Marsden, as fine as it was, he also doesn't feel like a real person.
He is like. So you saw those
he's a reincarnated David Hasselhoff on Baywatch.
You saw those photos of like how cartoon sidekick in the car road trip is like a whole genre.
Yes.
One of which is actually also with James Marsden.
Yes.
He is like the platonic ideal of that person in that he's not the shadow on the cave. He's like the ideal image in that he is like not a human. He's idyllic. Just enough of a human to exist in the planet. Mm-hmm. But he is obviously the Transformers Shia LaBeouf to hang out with Bumblebee.
Sure.
So that Sonic can have a character to talk to and who is normal.
Yes, he's NPC man.
Yes,
totally. And you feel that the whole way through.
And that him and his wife are the fucking ad vehicles really adds to that.
To the point where even when like there is conflict in his story, you don't believe it for a second.
Yeah.
You're like, he's going to be fine.
He's going to be...
There is not even remotely anything troubling.
There's a moment where he looks at a television and essentially sees that his entire life is over.
Basically.
And he goes, we'll figure it out.
Let's get to San Francisco. That's exactly what I mean. Like, you're like, you straight up just like, okay, this is all really bad. Nah, it's going to be fine. It'll be fine.
We'll figure it out once we get your rings, buddy.
And you know what? They got some nods, obviously nods to the games. Not overly doing it with the soundtrack, surprisingly.
The soundtrack there were two game remix.
They kept it restrained on that, which they didn't have to.
The second one near the end of the movie, which is a nice piano remix of Green Hills.
Yeah,
like I'll admit, I was like, oh, that's really nice.
And they found some really good excuses to do Sonic Adventure stuff, like a bunch of levels from Sonic Adventure, locations. And even like military general people, right? You found a way to work all of that stuff into this as well. So it's like, okay, you're grabbing your pieces here and there, and you're making it all make sense.
There's a point in the game, geez, in the movie where Sonic pulls out like an ancient map to look at, and I want to get a screen capture of that ancient map because every single thing on it was like
a thing.
Hey, do you want to go here in
Could
a sequel?
be a thing, yeah.
To the point where one of the things is like a sphere that's a checkerboard pattern.
Yeah.
And it's like, the bonus stages are their own motherfucking planets?
I mean, so if you're making a movie nowadays and you don't want to overcommit, you do that,
Just
right?
show one map.
You get that moment of like, just like, here's the fucking open possibilities, but don't worry about that, right? You hit the basement in Cabin in the Woods,
Yeah.
right, so to speak. So anyway, that's otherwise though, totally fine. That's it, you know. And
for a second, I was a little confused about the idea that the rings they travel you to different planets, and I'm like, oh wait, the bonus stages. That's totally what happened. You would jump in the big ring at the end of the level, and you go to the fucking bonus planet.
Exactly.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Sure.
It's
totally
super established. Fun. Like, you know, like fun. You know what's fucking awesome these days? Honestly, end credits are at an all-time high.
This
end credits
really everything
are peak, and ever since I remember Iron Man 1 opening credits, I was like, I want to get into titles. Like, I legitimately wanted to get into titles as a potential career.
Yeah.
Because that type of stuff is so much fun. And there's been so many good ones in a lot of movies recently that you just forget them.
Yeah.
You know? But they're killer.
There's two things, because both the intro and the ending were, one, the ending credits sequence, like you have the fancy one with all the important people on cast, which is the voice actors and the director and all that.
Match. Yeah.
Before you get your teaser stinger for the next movie, which are great, by the way. I was very happy with both of them. It has fucking scan lines on your ending credits sequence. Like, they went through the trouble of putting scan lines over that fucking sequence.
Yeah.
But the Sega's new movie logo, where they go,
yo, okay, so you know how Marvel started out really, really shy, and then slowly built up a confidence till their logo became that big 15-second or 20 seconds.
Zoom in on different movie moments,
right? And then you get the stand version, and then like all these crazy, and then the final one for like Endgame was a minute long.
Yeah,
right. Like
Sega
went right
away,
right to the highest confidence,
and it was so confident that I got confused because it zooms out on
Sega.
It zooms out on Sonic 1 footage.
Really? On your first one?
And on the Sonic 1 footage, it zooms out, and I forget what's around it, but the game to its right is Altered Beast. Because what I thought they were doing is that it was going to be somebody playing a Sonic game as a little thing, but it zooms out, and then it zooms out a couple more, and my eyes turn to the left.
Yakuza.
Yeah, they turn to the left and up one, I think, and they zoom in on Kiryu's face in Yakuza 0 on a movie screen.
Yeah.
And that particular moment just like
Virtua Fighter beat spray painting a wall. Yeah. They just
I'm like, wow, Sega has a lot of great games that it's doing nothing with.
Well, let's be real. Those are the only times those characters can be on the main on a big screen. Come on. Nothing has that power. Right?
I had a moment in my mind where I'm like, oh man, wouldn't it be great if Sega did a Yakuza? Wait. That happened.
Was it a Japanese movie?
No, Gotoku or whatever.
Yeah.
Like a dragon.
Japanese movie?
Is totally a full feature-length Japanese film.
Of course it is, yes.
Directed by fucking Takeshi Miike.
There you go.
And it's terrible.
Yeah, you didn't even have to tell me that. But I was like, that's the type of thing where I'm like, of course that exists as a Japanese movie. Why wouldn't it?
There's a bit where Majima leans in a hallway, like past the edge of a thing to see, but he's doing with the fucking eye patch side.
Yeah.
And
listen, like, there's we're not going to live in a world. We're not going to sit here and think like, oh man, though.
I am.
Space Channel 5 movie. That's going to happen in this lifetime. Like, get the fuck out of here.
All right. So, everyone, I want to put it down that Wooly has now said that a Space Channel 5 movie is not going to happen. I would love to see a fucking Space Channel 5 movie.
What I'm trying to say is that the obscure franchises that we like are not... They don't have big budget power to move to the fucking big screen.
Not like Sonic.
Right? Not unless they combined in a Wreck-It Ralph kind of way.
Yeah.
Where you're like, oh, look, there's Choo Choo Rocket in the background. Then yeah, totally, right? Yeah. But on their own...
Can we get absurd. Sonic having like a Dreamcast in his little hedgehog cave on the sequel?
Think about how hype everybody got that even bothered to... that watched the... what is it? I think it's like Sega Girls.
Yeah.
Sega Girls or Gaga Girls or whatever.
Or they hang out with Jeffrey Wild.
And they hang out with Jeffrey McWild. And we're like, yo, that's Jeffrey McWild. And they're just hanging out with him. And we're like, yeah.
And all he does is, right?
It's
so fucking weird.
Totally. And you're like, yeah, this random little obscure short anime thing, like pulled in a Virtua Fighter reference. Like, fuck off with thinking, like, just let it, it's a logo, you know? But yes.
So the Sonic movie is average to good, depending on your Sonic taste, I'll say, right? Boy, and it's doing well, too. It's doing quite well.
Doing better than Detective Pikachu did.
Detective Pikachu also came out in a really fucked up, busy movie season, which I think it came out alongside, like, Endgame.
Yeah, what else is out right now?
Nothing.
Go see Parasite.
Okay.
Yeah.
Is that in theaters?
I think they got it. Yeah, they got a theater.
Okay, so Parasite and Sonic together.
Oh, Birds of Prey.
That's right. Oh, that's right. Sonic is ruining Birds of Prey. Did you see that?
I went to a Sonic movie.
I was shocked at the amount of racist and homophobic slurs.
Someone grabbed my crib and did a stone cold stunner on it.
Dashed my baby on the rocks.
They poured Steve Weiser all over my child.
Thank goodness there was a new child for me in the Birds of Prey theater next door.
So I went there and claimed it.
You know what my favorite one of those fucking tweets is? My favorite one? I fell asleep during the Sonic movie and woke up to see my 3 boys were no longer in the theater. I found them in the next door Birds of Prey theater. Oh, thank goodness. And I'm like, that. It's like, because it's like kind of realm within the believability, and then it's like, it's not like, oh man, Sonic's dropping hate speech.
I was trying to enjoy the Sonic movie, but as soon as I entered, I heard the hedgehog shouting full-throated N-words at me. Right on the screen. Full-throated.
Full-throated?
Full-throated N-words.
What does that mean?
That means with minimum hesitation.
Oh, okay.
Maximum
it's not
stage
like,
voice.
It's not like bubbling out like, oh you look around.
Hard R stage voice.
Wow.
Speaking from the stomach.
Was Sonic singing along to rap music at this?
And you know, no, there was no music in sight. And I thank God
he just called Robotnik a full-throated N-word. Okay.
Thank God there was a Birds of Prey screening right next door with clean seats.
Very clean seats. Is Birds of Prey even playing at our local movie theater?
It is.
It is?
The problem is you have to make sure to look up H for Harley Quinn Birds of Prey because it's been renamed.
Are you serious?
Oh yeah. So
are you serious?
So when it came out, the title of the movie was Birds of Prey. Which, do you remember when I was talking about the posters for it?
Yeah.
So the posters came out, and you wouldn't be aware of what the fucking name of the movie was because of the fact that, you know, like, she was front and center, and like, it's almost like there wasn't a whole crew. But the original movie was Birds of Prey and the Fantabulous Emancipation of One Harley Quinn.
All right, which is a terrible name.
And then after it didn't do well, they renamed it to Harley Quinn Birds of Prey.
And her Birds of Prey.
Yes. Now, here's the thing about it, right? Full disclosure, I've heard that it's probably their best since Wonder Woman Act 1 and 2.
Sure.
Because at the very least, it's like coming in doing the Deadpool hard R.
Sure.
And they play into that in a really good way.
Well, if that's the case,
but
then
it's just word of mouth is not traveling in such a way that people are bothering to go to it.
If that's the case, then this movie was totally failed by its advertising, because every time I've looked at this thing, it looks like a fucking piece of shit.
Also, right, Deadpool from the jump was hard R the first time around.
It sure was.
This seems like a sequel to Suicide Squad, which nobody wants to go see. So even though you're playing it completely differently, it's not.
What the fuck is DC doing?
It's not. I mean, they're doing the only thing they can do, which is don't create a cinematic universe.
But they did.
But then they stopped.
But you can't undo that.
You can't. But you can just keep making new things that have nothing to do with.
Yeah, but that takes a bit to like decouple.
But they're doing it.
Because it is a sequel to Suicide Squad.
But it's because Margot Robbie's there.
Yeah.
But everything else is kind of whatever.
You have to change the actors all the way down the line. You can't.
And they're already doing screen tests with Robbie Pattinson.
Yeah.
So, like, they're definitely trying to decouple the connections. And we already know that Shazam is on its own.
Yeah.
So, you know, like, that's probably for the best. Because, like, yeah, your quality is just way too up and down on the barometer, usually down. But in any case, all this to say is that, like, the legacy of previous DC movies, apparently, from what I hear, and the previous version and the previous movie that this came from, is like hampering the fact that this is actually not that bad if you go grab it as a hard R movie, like superhero movie. But there's just too much baggage.
So I gotta say, the discussion of Sonic dropping hard R's, moving into calling fucking Harley Quinn and her Birds of Prey a hard R movie is throwing my brain. Because what I think you're saying is that Harley Quinn is dropping hard R.
Full-throated.
Right? Like, these two conversations were too close together.
Anyway, so I do want to catch that just to see, like, because
just to see.
Well, for one thing,
no, but like, yeah, I'll check it out once it hits some kind of streaming service, because like I want to know.
And are they going to then do the re-release of the PG version because they're like, dear God, too much money on the table, fuck off?
That's cowardly as shit.
It is, but Deadpool did it because they couldn't stop themselves. They were too scared. They're like, no, there's too much money. Christmas, go see it again with your kids.
So I have a thought, and it was the thought that I had walking out.
And if they made money, they're right to do it.
I had a thought walking out of Sonic, and that was, boy, it sure would be great if there was a Sonic game coming out this entire year. But there isn't. That's weird, isn't it? There isn't even a semi-recent Sonic game. I think is the last Sonic game that came out like either the Olympics or Sonic Mania like 2 years ago?
Yeah, there's nothing for them to really latch onto, but there is a really cool looking fan game that
yeah, I saw that.
I plan to take a look at.
Sonic will kill. Sorry, Sonic will kill it soon.
Sonic Robo Blast 2.
Yeah,
looks fucking incredible. But otherwise, on the official fronts, yeah,
I think we should all acknowledge that because many people went and saw Sonic on Valentine's Day and then went home and screwed, that we're gonna see in 1 to 5 years a new explosion of Sonic shit.
Babies.
The Sonic generations is what they'll be called. Or Sonic Boomers, whichever you prefer.
Ooh, wow.
I said the first, and all credit to One Peach Saliva came up with the Sonic Boomers.
Wow. That's off, that is off podcast writing.
Yeah.
To bring the script.
Yeah, that's like a writer wrote it, but you just came out like that.
Yeah.
Because it's about Sonic.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, no, the Sonic Creep Town shitfest I assume will only grow in power now that young Christian children are being brought to see Sonic on Valentine's Day.
I mean, in the meantime, like, Mario's about to get a theme park, so it's like, you know.
Did you have a thought watching the movie that you wished that you were in watching the movie in 1994 and seeing what the hell they would have had to do? Just like a puppet?
No, but I had that thought, but I was wishing it was 2004.
Oh, God, that would have been way worse.
That is where, because 1994 means you might still get some animatronic.
It'd be a Muppet.
Interesting, like it would be terrible.
Yeah.
But then they'd go behind the scenes and they'd be like, we built a functioning robot.
Yeah.
That can walk and roll and act, and the skin suit that we put over it is horrifying.
It's bad.
But look how amazing this robot is, right?
Yeah.
That's 1994. 2004
It's just the shittiest CG
is the
imaginable.
shittiest CG you could possibly.
It'd be identical movie. It would just be
horrifying.
Just like
shiny and terrible.
Sub reboot CG somehow.
Whenever he goes to touch him, whenever the human touches Sonic, his hand clips through the fucking 3D model.
There was a real concerted effort in the film for characters to never touch Sonic ever. Did you notice that?
Yeah.
Sonic interacts with humans, but humans are just not allowed to touch Sonic under any circumstance.
Why fly close to the sun?
Yeah.
When your wings are made of wax.
Well, it's good that they shot it like that, because if they had to do that and then change the model on top of it, I can only imagine what a fucking nightmare that would have been.
But yeah, anyway, that's where that lies, you know. So
I like Sonic again. I'm back on Sonic for the time being.
Would you like it if the game, the next game you get, and in fact a whole new branch of games were movie Sonic based?
Oh, that'd be completely fine. Because
Okay.
the movie Sonic is really just splitting the difference between...
Give John Ralphio some work.
It's splitting the difference between Sonic 1 and 2 and 3, because you see some 3 stuff in there, and Sonic Adventure 1 and 2.
And now Boom just goes away.
Boom goes and lives on the TV, where it needs to live.
Yeah, I mean the fact that there's all those Boom jokes that still get clipped in, and like I'm like, yo, Boom's funny, man.
Yeah, Boom's
like,
great.
You know, don't make that go away. That's funny.
I do fear a future in which Sonic. Oh, I'm glad we learned this word a few weeks ago. Sonic secondary material, i.e. the comics, the films, and the cartoons, now have a way better batting average than Sonic.
Yep.
And it's not like a little.
Yeah.
It's enormous.
No, and those comics have been strong for a long time. Literally for years.
Yeah.
Yeah, I saw that the guy who makes the comics pitched a Mario comic, and Nintendo wanted nothing to do with it.
But that would have been great.
It would have been great.
That would have been great.
He did great by Mega Man. It was such a shame that didn't work out. But yeah, the secondary material.
I mean,
high batting average.
I only saw Sonic X a couple times. It seemed fine, inoffensive, I guess. But like, you compare that to the fucking raw stinkers that have come out, like Sonic Adventure and Sonic Adventure 2.
Could it be that the problem with Sonic is Team Sonic?
Yes. The best Sonic game in the past 15 years was made by no one in Team Sonic. It was Sonic Mania, which...
Fans?
Yeah.
Everyone else? Yeah.
I beat Sonic Mania once, and all I could think of is, God damn, I wish this was Sonic 4 and had come out in 2000, and I would have learned to speedrun that game. You know, like...
Everyone is doing right by Sonic except for the people tasked with making it officially.
I can't wait for the next game to be like Sonic gets back with Elise and they go on a
we can save
swords and sorcery adventure.
No, we can save Marie. We can do it. We can bring it back.
I don't even remember who that is.
That's the human from Shadow's thing. That's the
Shadow?
Shadow's trying to save Marie all the time.
Okay, so Shadow's trying to save Marie, and Sonic made it with Elise.
Maria?
No, her name's Elise.
No. Yeah, no.
Oh, Maria is
Maria.
yeah, okay.
Is
Oh, is that that's the promise I made to you, Maria, or whatever the fuck the Shadow's talking about?
Maria? Yeah. Human makeouts.
I want to see. Okay, one last thing about Sonic. I'm so happy. I called exactly why they were going to use his nickname, and they used his nickname a lot. Robotniks, I mean.
Mm-hmm.
So that's going to be ongoing. They fixed that problem. Fucking thank God.
Didn't call him Evo though.
Nah. Call him Eggman.
Yeah.
And I want him in a fat suit next time around. I want Jim Carrey in a fucking egg-shaped fucking fat suit.
Oh, he'll get there. He's gonna do him. He's gonna do up like Christian Bale.
Yeah.
He's gonna fucking pack him on, and it'll be the role of a lifetime. Where it's like Jim Carrey gets obese, morbidly obese,
Because he has to look like a fucking egg.
to pull on the role.
Yeah.
Yep. So hey, like, if Bale can go from the Machinist to Batman to Dick Cheney,
Yeah.
then I think Carrey can put on a few.
The Sonic movie franchise has a real bright future ahead of it, but it runs into a different problem where it's, boy, I actually cannot wait to see more of Sonic's friends show up in the Sonic movie franchise. Right up until Amy. And then Amy, I hope she steps out of a portal, gets hit by a truck, and dies, and no one mentions it.
I think I don't think we're gonna get that far. But I don't know.
I think we're total. I think we'll make it to Knuckles for sure.
Okay. Here's the thing. Right now, this is where the confidence. Let's not like spend too much more time. But I think this is where the confidence is gonna show is in your sequel. How many more do you bring?
Is it one?
Is it one?
Or is it...
If one shows supreme confidence in a step-by-step plan to get where we want to go.
Is it two? Way less confidence.
Right? If
Is
it's
it
more, two or more.
Anything more than two.
If it's 2+, we have no confidence.
They're like, this is the last Sonic movie, guys.
That's exactly it.
If Tails, Knuckles, and fucking Shadow step out of a portal, this is the last movie you're ever gonna see.
If Espio, Blaze, and Charmy start fucking showing up, it's done. Yeah, it's just wrap it up.
All right.
It's over.
So my one last question for everyone to percolate on. If Tails is in the next movie, will we get Tails' famous cartoon meme face from Tails Gets Trolled? I goddamn hope so much. And two, if Knuckles ever appears in this movie franchise, it will be at least 2 years from now, right? At the very least.
Minimum.
Which will put it like almost, 4-5 years away. Will there be a Ugandan Knuckles gag?
Fuck no.
They
would never.
I think.
Listen, here's what they will do. They will give Tails a very clear reaction face.
Okay.
Because did you notice, by the way, you've seen Teen Titans Go before?
I have.
You noticed when the show is creating GIFs?
Yes. On purpose.
On purpose. They're creating GIFs, right? They'll cut to moments. This movie did that.
Yeah.
It did it, and it left the screen static. Like, at least twice that I can think of, where they're like, please GIF this.
It held it.
Right?
Yeah.
And one of them in particular was a, like, mouth agape.
Yeah. Oh.
Right?
Yeah.
Type of face, because it's like you want that moment screenshotted. Now, knowing how that, like, how dank they're willing to get,
yes,
they'll definitely give Tails a face like that.
Yeah.
That's not a problem.
Just the Tails get...
Knuckles would fucking never do anything like that. Here's what he would do.
Okay.
He's going to say, oh no, more than once.
Yeah, you're right.
And
oh, no.
at one point, he will say something to the effect of, yeah, I'll show you the way.
Okay.
And it'll be the most normal, understated...
Or this is the way, or...
something like that. And it'll be the most normal, understated line, period. And that's the most you're going to get.
Or
Shut up. Fuck you.
no, I'm going a different track here. I would also be happy with a moment in which Knuckles is talking to the rest of the cast and remarks on how weird it is that none of them have nipples while eating an enchilada.
It would be funny if there's a joke that's made and everyone's laughing, and then he starts to laugh but then stops himself.
There's so much. This is the weirdest like get excited for a movie ever, because it's got this ocean of dank memery behind it, and all I want to see them go as deep as possible, especially on the really old and now lame shit. I wanted more cringe, honestly.
You wanted more of a train wreck.
I wanted more cringe.
You wanted more of a train wreck. Yeah.
No, not a train wreck. I just went, oh my god, I can't believe I did that one. It's so embarrassing.
I feel like enough people watch this over and over and over that they managed to slice all of that out. You know it's on the cutting room floor.
Yeah.
You know it's there.
See, following Tyson Hesse's Twitter account lately has been really funny. Him posting the fucking Olive Garden zone screenshot.
I didn't see that.
Oh man, it's funny. Good. That's
good. Yeah. Anyway, wait for the Snyder cut.
No, the Snyder cut.
Wait for the Snyder cut.
That'll have Ugandan Knuckles in it. Was cut because it didn't resonate with audiences. Why does Knuckles talk with this weird accent the whole movie?
Why is the entire soundtrack just pop music, like full lyricked? Like straight up dropped on top of it.
I know there's a lot of things that we can make fun of Snyder for, but the one that always is the first to come out of my mouth is, hey, why have a movie score? Just grab pop music from the 60s and throw it into your movie.
It doesn't have to be that old.
Well, I always think of Watchmen because that's the one.
Watchmen's but
it's fucking crazy.
No, but let's never forget. Let's never forget the name I forgot.
That's good.
Fucking the girls and the
girls,
the music videos
and the music video.
The
Baby Doll was there.
Rocket Punch.
That's the studio.
Sucker Punch.
Sucker Punch.
Name of a studio. Name of a movie.
Name of how you felt.
Yes.
When you saw it.
Yes.
Do you remember when I sat you guys down and I'm like, hey, did you notice that they ripped off the entire Final Fantasy 13 trailer and just made it a scene in this movie?
Why didn't he just release 4 music videos?
Because that's not a feature film. That's not my art.
It would have been so much cooler.
So if people don't know, the train scene in Sucker Punch is like a blatantly plagiarized recreation of one of the early Final Fantasy 13 trailers in which they are fighting on a train.
If I watched a scene where, without context, a girl with a sword fought against a giant samurai with a Gatling gun...
Yeah. Oh, Mecha. The samurai with a Gatling gun.
I would have clapped.
You would have. I did clap at the trailer. I
would
remember.
have clapped. But then the moment you know the context, it ruins all of that.
Yeah, it's all in their minds when they're trying to steal a key.
And then Don Draper shows up, and you're just like, "What the fuck are we doing?
What is this?"
Anyway, yeah,
I'm waiting for the Snyder cut of Sucker Punch.
Of Sucker Punch. God damn it. You know, I'm surprised that like no one's gone back and even done what I just said, where they just went like, here's 4 music videos, watch them, and ignore the rest.
I would love to see that movie cut in half and watch each half and see if it's better.
No, it's just cut to the 4.
Yeah, I know, but I'm saying I would love.
You don't even need halves. You need quarters.
Okay.
All right. Anyway,
that was my week. I watched Sonic, and I love Sonic now.
Okay. So I watched Sonic 2, and I had thoughts about Sonic.
Do you love Sonic?
No.
Would you help Sonic get rid of his weird ball disease?
Not if I have to touch it.
You would have to touch it.
No.
All right.
I like Sonic.
Yeah, okay. But not like that.
I don't love Sonic, but I like Sonic.
Okay.
And I walked out of there going, yeah.
Which is a better review than I would give almost any video game movie I've ever seen, especially in a theater.
Mm-hmm.
You know what my highest review for a game movie would ever be?
Yeah.
Postal. But only if you watch it with Uwe Boll.
In the front row.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. That's very
because that was great.
That was very important.
But it's unlikely you're going to be able to watch Postal with Uwe Boll. So yeah.
Also, I was a little bit worried that they were gonna blow their load on, like, well, let's just say that, like, when Sonic has, like, his, like, running fast energy stuff, that, like, I was a bit worried that they were gonna make that, like, turn into other things.
Yeah.
And, like, they didn't go too
They gotta
far
go.
with it.
They gotta go somewhere with the sequel.
You gotta leave some breadcrumbs, I suppose. But anyway, so that was you. Okay,
That was me. What's up with you, man?
So I did that. I watched Uncut Gems.
Okay.
Do you know what that is?
I have no idea, which is why I'm going to look it up as you're talking.
Uncut Gems is the Netflix movie starring Adam Sandler that, unlike the other recent random, apparently dogshit Adam Sandler movies, this is him doing a serious role.
That's where that's where he looks like that.
Yeah. He is the most, like, extreme. He is a like a jeweler in New York's Diamond District.
Yeah.
He's playing this like a certain type of Jewish man that, like, is kind of, you know, working in this kind of area, and, like, he's going crazy into, like, this kind of, like, I'm a scumbag diamond dealer.
Yeah, the jacket and the sunglasses tip me off.
And this is his other sort of, like, all right, this might not be a traditional Adam Sandler movie.
Yeah.
But, like, the more you kind of go into it, you really watch this journey as, like, it's obviously not what you think it is. But, like, there's still funny parts of it, I guess I should say. But, like, this is where all the cringe I was hoping or expecting to feel from Sonic actually landed in Uncut Gems.
Great.
And
that's just great.
And, like, whoa.
All right, I'm going to stop you right here. I'm going to ask you a couple questions.
Making a lot of noises.
Is it a serious movie?
It's a serious movie.
Is it a drama, thriller? What do we got? What's the genre? Would you say?
I guess I would.
Good. That's a good sign.
Yeah. I guess I would say, like, unsettling heist.
Okay.
Crime thriller.
Does it succeed as the genre you struggled to label it?
Not only does it succeed.
Okay.
I can't remember the last time I felt film anxiety.
Okay.
On this level. This movie is stress.
It is like the movie's trying to make you stress?
Yes.
Okay.
And it succeeds. It succeeds in making you feel lots and lots of stress, because every decision leads to another more terrifying, potentially worse option.
Okay.
And it just continues to fork downwards. But you keep forking. It's not just like a path down. It always branches, and there's two options.
There's now even worse decisions to be made.
Oh, man. It's tiring.
Okay.
But it's super good.
Okay.
And
I was having a real struggle figuring out where that part of this conversation was going to go.
It's super good and really worth it to watch, because I haven't seen a movie that made me feel that way in quite some time, if ever. And you know, obviously he does a fantastic job playing a character that looks nothing remotely similar to
Adam Sandler,
him, or anything he's done. And yeah, and he just, and you know what it is? Here's what it is. You know how Jason Bateman did Ozark?
Yes.
Right? And then you got Breaking Bad, and you got these movies, and you got these series where it's like, this character, did I say? Yeah, yeah. So you got these movies where it's like, this character is doing a weird, like, not breakout role, but like a weird role compared to what you usually expect of them.
Yeah.
Descending down this fucking
bad decision after bad decision.
Road to perdition.
Yeah.
Right? And then like this is basically like the Adam Sandler Breaking Bad multi-part series.
Okay, that is
all put into one film. Right? Where imagine if Adam Sandler for
I definitely
years
didn't think I was going to hear that today.
Yeah, so it's this in the same way that you would get this like the journey of Walter White, and like Ozark and everything that's about, and just like going down this crime fucking route, and how bad it gets, and like lots of moments of ooh fuck, lots of that. This is his version of that, almost concentrated into one film. Really good dramatic role. And
if Adam Sandler's such a good actor, why does he make all the poo-poo garbage?
Because money.
But he's already fabulously wealthy.
But this is easy.
Oh.
And he gets to do it with his friends.
Oh, that's true.
And Netflix doesn't care. They're like, yeah, dude.
It's true.
Because guess what? Everyone watched them.
That's true.
Like, if he makes a stinker with his friends for no effort, and
monies.
everyone clicks play on it, he's like, yeah, mission accomplished. Netflix goes, thanks, do you want some more? And he's like, yes, please. And then he goes and he makes a movie like this and goes, yeah, I could still do it if I wanted to. If I cared to try all the time, then I could do this. And he's like, yeah, you could.
What's that, the Harrison Ford problem? It's just whether or not the actor cares.
It's all right there. He proves in one fucking one solid film. He's like, yeah, I can do this.
Yeah.
But I don't feel like it.
Just don't feel like it today.
And then he goes and does his he has this stand-up musical special and a bunch of other clunkers and whatever. And he's just like, yeah, I'm just getting paid, man, whatever. But it's good. It's good. Go watch that. Watch that and give your angina some space.
I don't like that.
Yeah.
I don't like that at all.
So there's that.
Just stress. Okay. Ooh.
Stress.
I don't need that.
Big stress. It's good. It's good. So what else? There was oh yeah, of course there's Doom.
Yes.
So
where are you at in Doom?
I'm pretty much one session from the end. So,
okay. Did you go back to hell and see the big boy?
I fought the big boy.
No, did you see
I saw the big boy.
Yeah, that's
I fought the boy.
That moment you just walk into the level and see a fucking skyscraper sized demon.
Well, I remember you see a hand and I was like, "Oh, Satan's designing his edgy like hell with that landscape looking like body parts." And it's like, "No, that's not what that is." And you're like, "Oh." And then it's like, "Yeah, guess what? That was you.
That was you a little bit before.
You did that." You're like,
I did that?
Huh?
That was me. Oh, wow, that's crazy.
So yeah, I saw that, did that. God damn, what a fucking good game!
Isn't that game just incredible?
What a fucking
and you find the fucking secret, like the secret missions.
Yep, just go running back into those old texture worlds.
Oh man.
Unfortunately, when you play back through them themselves, they're not that fantastic.
Oh, well, I mean because there's two.
When you find them,
there's two that I would mention. One is like the old texture world, goofy things, and then there are ones that are like DMC style secret missions, which is like get to the end of the level without hitting the floor and shit like that.
So I beat all of them.
Yeah, they're great.
Yeah, the last one took quite a few tries.
Which one's the last one?
The last one was survive the wave of enemies using, was it a rocket launcher only?
Yeah, okay,
with 1 health.
Yeah, don't splash.
I think it was rocket launcher only, 1 health, and survive a wave, including Pinky, whatever, like Baron of Hell, and like
the whole game,
Kako.
Yeah,
something like that. Man, as you upgrade guns in that game, problems just don't exist. Like, you are so overpowered. It's crazy.
Isn't it great?
Yeah, you're Danteing.
You believe it.
You're Danteing, like, hard.
They've shown off Doom Eternal stuff, and you've gained not just a double jump, but you have an air dash now that can go in any direction. So
have fun.
And the super shotgun has a devil bringer.
And I feel like those weapon upgrades, the attachments, and then like the final thing you get for them is often you're like, man, you know, it would be great if like, oh yeah,
if the shotgun became relevant again.
Oh well, hey, that was right there.
Oh yeah, I did. Oh okay. Great.
Oh man, this siege mode is the fucking shit.
Oh,
how fucking cool would it be if of course you can move.
Thanks.
You know, and what's really fun about those is the final upgrade on all of these guns is a challenge you have to unlock.
Yeah.
So it's like, get all the points, put them in, but the last one, accomplish a goal, and then you get the reward, you know? So replaying it to get all that stuff has been a blast.
It's that game's incredible.
Every enemy has a certain like optimal way to kind of deal with them, and like when they're coming at you at the same time, you got to kind of like break and pick better strategies, and you know, choose when you want a chainsaw. So much fun.
Not only is like there was a twofold thing playing that game on release, and it depended on how like crazy you already were about the Doom series, because I got a hold of and watched some old footage of the original Doom 4 build way back, but when it was Hell on Earth, and also you watched the E3 presentation of that, and they look like fucking garbage.
Wow.
Like, do you remember Bethesda showing off Doom, the current Doom 2016?
Wasn't paying attention.
It looked like shit. And it was the same levels. And it was the same game. But it was slower. The glory kills were slower. And the person playing it sucked ass.
Wait, I remember you guys hating what you saw.
Yeah. Because it was, you remember it was that whole rigmarole of we showed it off, but you can't see it because it was only for QuakeCon.
Yes,
right?
Yes.
And then they showed it off, and you're like, this looks like shit.
Yes, I remember that now. Yes.
So then the game actually came out, and you press start, and rip and tear, and oh, it's awesome.
Yeah.
So it's not just that it was great, it's that you expected garbage and got something great.
Also, the way you guys talked about it set my expectations up for something completely different, which is like the way like you guys always reference the part where like the beginning of the thing is like, here's the plot and the story, and Doom guys like get that shit out of
my face.
But it doesn't keep doing that.
No,
there is still a story.
There's still a story, but he resents his involvement.
And
make sure to unhook the Argent energy and then turn it off and carefully extract the globe. No, stop breaking it. Whatever you do, don't break the next one.
Yeah.
Please.
Yeah. And Samuel Hayden, a.k.a. Optimus Prime.
Yeah.
What a cool voice. What a cool voice.
Yeah.
They do a good job surrounding you with an extremely hateable cast.
Everyone in that game is complete garbage.
Completely hateable cast of motherfuckers, and as the lore slowly drops, you're just like, wow, like, who were the demons? Was it the demons or was it the humans?
It was the demons, and then these humans are also dirt,
you know. And seeing some of the stuff coming up for like the new Eternal like press stuff, and I'm remembering that trailer of just like, so yeah, we kind of worked it out, and hell's like a thing, and everyone should just accept it. And like the movie, and then the magazine cover where it's like demon
times today.
Yeah, where it's like don't be a bigot towards demons.
Yeah, and also like why the Doomslayer owes the demon community an apology.
Right.
But my favorite is the top one, which is why the Doomslayer is only a figment of your imagination and a realization of your own insecurities. It's like,
he's not real. He can't hurt you.
He's not real. He can't hurt you. Could never have been more inappropriate for Doom.
Yeah.
He's so real, and he will hurt you.
Yeah. So everything that has been like tent-poled, I should say, has paid off massively well. Huge pop-offs for everything. BFG's great. Boss fight's great. Hell's great.
So you're not. I'm not familiar with the level of familiarity you have with the ancient Doom lore, but
Well,
you have to remember why he's so angry.
I mean, so we touched on it, especially since Research Reggie brought some facts to the table.
Yeah.
And of course, there's the in-game lore of in the beginning,
Yada yada yada.
right? But
The real shit.
because they fucked up his rabbit.
They fucked up his rabbit Daisy, and that's it. All of them.
How dare you?
Forever.
How dare you? John Wick.
And you know what's it's so stupid because it's not real. It's only because of the release dates. But the fact that it's about his pet rabbit actually adds this weird headcanon credence to him loving Animal Crossing.
Sure.
And hanging out with Isabel.
So
and
are all those pictures coming out because they have the
They
same
are
release
coming
date?
out on the same day.
Okay, that's
There are two memes that have happened because of that. One is Doomslayer teaches the cast of Animal Crossing to shoot guns.
yes.
And the second is
Nero goes up to the desk and asks for Animal Crossing. Kyrie asks for Doom Eternal.
and every variation therein.
Yeah. So so you have all that setup is really great, and you even get these little bits where it's like, motherfucker, in the pits of hell, that's a Commander Keen helmet.
It sure is.
He made it to hell.
Totally made it.
What happened?
And I believe
He's right next to a Gatling gun.
I believe Doom Marine, Doom Slayer, Doom Guy is BJ Blazkowicz's great grandson.
Is it three greats?
I'm not super sure, but they it is a family business.
Yeah, but I thought it was like just grandkid. Or great grandkid.
It depends
like
now, because when is this game taking place? It's super
21,
far in the future.
21 something. Yeah.
Like the family loves to kill demons,
Yeah.
be they human or otherwise.
Yeah. The fucking Dovahkiin made it.
Fuck him.
Yeah. Well, it didn't make it.
There's a Pip-Boy
But
in
he
there
got that.
somewhere, and
Sure.
he picks it up. Is like, what a weird little statue. Huh?
Oh yeah, the it's a vault guy.
yeah.
You pick up a Doomslayer, a Doom toy, and it's like just colored like a vault guy. Yeah. That's true. Yeah, man. No, it's a lot of fun, and yeah, I get it. You know,
I
get it.
The incredible characterization of a character who is not allowed to speak is fantastic.
And I'm at the point too where like there's very little happening with him in that regard. Like we're hours away from him propsing the little toy or from him busting open the Argent Energy.
Yeah.
You know? But there's little fun bits where you're just like, man, Olivia, what a piece of shit. Fuck you.
You're gonna get it.
And then there's like, obviously there's all the church bits, which I'm relishing.
I'm sure.
I'm relishing in all that church stuff. And then there's even little things where it's like, upon replay, because I'm cleaning up the levels and whatever.
There's a lot to clean up.
Yeah, the last two levels I did, I got them all in the first try.
That feels good.
It felt very good. I got everything in one shot, right? So that was great. But I still went back and did it anyway. And little bits where like it went right before Cyber Demon.
Yeah.
Right? When you have the Argent accelerator or the rod.
Yeah, okay.
And Samuel's like, okay, so the Argent thing it's around there somewhere, and looks like you're gonna have to extract it, And I was like, oh, okay. And then now you're going back, you're like, oh, because it's like extracting it means not pulling it out of a slab, it's pulling it out of the big boy.
Yeah.
So that was great. Argent accumulator, that's it. Yeah. All in all, immensely satisfying in that regard, and I can't wait to see what we close on. I can't wait for the finish.
The finish is good, and the finish is good, and the finish is also of course this is the finish.
Yeah, okay.
But I felt stupid not having figured it out beforehand.
I'm kind of waiting. Right, here's the thing. So you know how Dante is just like lolling his way to the end of his adventure because he wants to combo the shit out of everything before solving the problem.
That's right.
And then usually on the way to solving the problem, there will be another person who is like a good person who's otherwise in over their head.
Yeah.
And then Dante gets serious for a second and goes, "Damn it!"
Yeah.
And then he goes back to solving the problem.
Yeah.
I'm kind of waiting for the moment that the demons run away from me, because I'm like, it really does feel like I walk in the level and it's such a joke at this point that they should be scampering away on their knees.
Yeah.
Like like that's where we're at.
Maybe if we throw more at him.
You know?
It's weird because like you find the demon text logs or whatever the fuck they're called, and there's
Yeah,
obviously
the lore
demons.
tablets.
There's obviously
in the
demons
first
that
stage.
have human intelligence at
Yeah.
least.
Yeah.
Um,
I mean, whatever the fuck Olivia's talking to.
but they're not the ones running at Doom Guy.
No.
Right? I can't imagine almost any enemy in the game that you actually run into even has the capability of speech. Right? So they're all morons.
Yeah.
They don't get it.
Again, whatever Olivia's talking to, and ultimately, who cares? Because it's like I'm
gonna guess it's the icon of sin, right?
I don't know. Satan's a bitch, man. Fuck it.
Canonically, the devil is John Romero.
Okay. Well, it doesn't really seem to matter that much. And also, that little moment in the in Samuel Hayden's office where you see the fucking Doom, you see the Doom Guy armor. And then it's flanked on the left and right by, like, Holy Crusader armor.
Yeah.
And then they all have the same sigil on them.
Yeah.
And you're like, okay. And they talked about the power of the Seraphim in one of the lore tablets.
There's a whole thing.
Yeah, so you're just like, okay, is Doom Guy, like, a space marine that's been given the power of angels?
Yes.
Okay.
Period.
Done.
That is absolutely what it is.
Done. Great.
Because they dance around it, but the general consensus is that the Doom Slayer is the Doom Guy.
Mm-hmm.
And just Doom 1, 2, and expansions were a fucking riot.
Mm-hmm.
And eventually these, what are they called? Praetorian or whatever the fuck they're called? Were like, hey, dude.
The Praetor armor?
Yeah, hey, dude, you're cool, get in.
Mm-hmm.
And then they sucked ass too. So,
At the end of the day, like, it's just, we gave a modern suit of armor to a holy fucking...
Yeah.
A chosen one. Anyway, it's great.
The Doom series, I always like to think, like what you're talking about going through levels, works on the Metal Gear canon explanation of gameplay. Big Boss and Snake were never seen once. They never killed anyone. They perfected all the bosses, etc., right? To line up with the cutscenes.
Yeah.
The canon clear time on Doom 2016 is the speed run.
Okay.
Okay. Just fucking right through, like, no problem.
Yeah. Landing death from above.
Yeah.
All the melees you possibly can. The one thing, I've never had this happen before, and I can't think of any other franchise where it has, where it's like, listen, I know that in the old Doom games, we saw his face.
Yep.
But I feel like he's a helmet hero with no face.
It's fun. It's really interesting that you mentioned that, because the developers took that feedback, and in Doom Eternal, his mask is transparent.
Okay.
And you can see his face. And I think at one point they've even shown that he takes the helmet off, and it is totally that dude.
Yeah.
It is literally that dude with the short brown hair and brown eyes.
Yeah.
Who looks just like PJ Blazkowicz.
Yeah.
And
but he feels like a helmet hero.
Yeah.
And you just like we know, like, it's not a hidden identity.
No.
But why are you Master Chief and Boba Fett? You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like, it's weird.
One of the little details that is from a game that you are very familiar with from Doom Eternal is that if you kill somebody with a large explosion too close to you,
Reflection.
your face will reflect in the glass.
Metroid Prime.
Yeah, it's perfect every time. But instead of Samus's, like, kind of placid face, it's Doom Guy just going, "Argh!" like, permanently.
It's like, really, Heaven? That's what we're rolling with here?
Yeah.
I mean, can you get, like, unlocks to make it the comic book face?
I don't know about that, but I know that there's unlockable armor sets in Eternal, and one of them is the old one.
I mean,
which is like the T-shirt.
They're leaning into rip and tear it until it's done. Like, they're leaning into it.
That Doom comic's incredible.
But
you ever read the whole thing?
No.
It's fucking incredible.
You know, they're full on accepting it. So, like, at that point, fuck, why not? Yeah. So that's where we are. And of course,
that game's also like a fucking unapologetic fucking video game too.
Which is the most video game.
Like,
and it almost like it's almost like making a statement about video games
and about how video games have to be serious
it's
or
like
whatever.
Just game. Just
yeah, I want the health pickup to be a bright blue icon so that I know where to pick it up.
Whatever. You know? Absolutely. It feels like full on, yes, this is video games. Video games. I've said that a couple times playing it. Just like, man, they're not trying to be a movie,
you
not
walk
trying to
through
be
a door
another
and a
thing.
big fucking
not
secret
to...
unlocked shows up on the screen.
Not, you know. And then the fucking Mick Gordon kicks in.
Yeah.
And the gent starts genting. You know. Yeah, man. Anyway.
The game's incredible.
Fucking great. Feels good. Is great. Is hilarious. And all that to say about the lore stuff was like I expected there to be a get this out of my face attitude. But like I'm like, no, this is good lore.
No, he would be interested in that.
This is good lore.
Yeah.
Reading the codex as you unlock them and finding out what it means to become a level 3 operating thetan.
Yeah, whatever the fuck it is. Yeah.
Well, you know what I mean? It is like a level 3 Scientologist. Like, yeah, sure. Totally. No problem. In there.
What else you got?
Crack the can open on KOTOR 2.
All right. What do you think about KOTOR 2?
So far, so good.
It's a good game.
So far, so good.
It's a good game.
I really have been... The seed has been planted where I have so many questions about what happened.
Yeah, that's right.
The last thing.
You know what? You're gonna just do yourself a favor and just start deleting those out of your head right now.
Yeah.
Just do yourself a favor, because there's no good answers, and the answers that you will get are gonna be like all about the Old Republic.
Sure.
And they're all gonna suck ass.
But ultimately, don't worry about that. It's more just along the lines of like, okay, so you know how bad can things get in about 10 years time?
Real fucking bad.
Real bad. Yeah. So I'm like, okay. All right, let's find out.
You really fucked the pooch on that one, huh?
Slowly but surely, we'll find out just how bad things got. And it was much to my surprise, but also not surprising at all, is the revelation that, oh yeah, the Jedi have been wiped out more than one time throughout history. In fact, like, the thing that we know about in, like, you know, Anakin era,
yeah,
is really just the most recent
like
time
the 4th or 5th
that everyone, and I mean everyone, was done with their shit.
Yeah. KOTOR 2 does
so done.
It does this great thing where it's like, because it came out kind of after, in the middle of the prequel, I think in 2004, and the Jedi Council in KOTOR looks and sounds a lot like the Jedi Council in the prequels.
Yeah.
And it's like, this mentality is going to lead to your downfall every time. It's so narrow-minded.
Every other week, man, just enough, you know, and like the unflex, the unbending,
yeah,
the rigidity makes it so that there has to be alternatives, but there never is, because good, evil, bad, good.
Yeah, Revan went nuts, but I didn't. It doesn't matter.
Yeah, I'm gonna do it different this time, will you?
Fuck off.
Yeah. Which is why I'm so disappointed to know that, like, there's no good reward for playing Gray, because my curiosity would want to see what happens on that path.
There is one reward for playing Gray.
Yeah.
And that is playing evil all the way through, except
when it counts,
for not killing 3 very specific people.
Okay.
So that they will tell you what is going on.
Okay.
Because if you kill them, you just don't find out.
Yeah. So I kind of assumed as much, that there would be a Like there are your minors decisions, and then there's your major like slider influencers, so to speak. So
there's way more than enough points to still make the big good ones while still going like 100% shithead.
But it is there is something curious and interesting, just at least in terms of game logic, about, let's say, in real life, like just stabbing someone in the face in cold blood, and then doing enough good deeds that you're back to being like exalted and
So where are you at? You're off the mining facility?
First planet.
Okay,
first planet done. That's it.
Have you gotten to the part where party members are calling you out on your bullshit?
I mean, a little bit.
Okay.
I've been introduced to Barth.
Yeah.
AKA Better Karth.
Yeah.
And I've been
that chart's starting to make a little more sense to you now.
Little bit. I've been introduced to Grandma. She's all right.
She's all right. Yeah.
And then I'm like, it's my boy, it's T3 to the rescue.
Hey man.
And he's got the bzzzt. So
do you need a door to be open?
I need a robot to be fried.
Yes.
So bzzzt. He's
robot
gonna be
is fried.
He's the bro. And I like, it feels as if, okay, so this is Obsidian, correct?
Yes.
Okay, this is my first Obsidian game then, right?
Really? All right then.
Because that's a name of a company.
Yeah, because you've had New Vegas on a shelf in your mind shelf, ready for the future.
But here's what that is. That's a company name that you guys always talk about that I have no direct hands-on reference with.
Yeah.
So now this is my first, right?
Especially good because you played the BioWare version and then the Obsidian version.
Well, because I'm like, what other Obsidian games are there that I would have played in?
You would have played Neverwinter Nights 2. You would have played...
I did play Neverwinter Nights 1.
No, not Obsidian.
Yep.
That's BioWare. There's a real weird... BioWare does the first one, Obsidian does the second one.
Yeah, and you guys know I didn't play New Vegas, so then what else would there be?
Dungeon Siege?
No.
There'd be the old BioWare games, which is, despite being made by BioWare, is 100% actually just Obsidian.
South Park, I played. I didn't beat it.
Yeah.
Right?
Alpha
I
Protocol?
touched it. I worked while... Okay, that was in test, but I didn't beat Alpha Protocol.
Okay.
It was in test at the office. That was about it. Yeah, so, you know, like, at the end of the day, it was always on the periphery. But it was just nothing that I ever sat down and completely went through. So, as surprising as that fact might sound, when you break it down by the numbers, there's nothing that necessarily crosses the desk. So, this is the first time around, and I'm like, okay, let's see what we're getting in for. I guess there's a feeling where whoever put this together kind of went, hey, you know what everyone thought was really fun? HK.
Yeah, he was really cool.
People enjoyed HK.
They enjoyed him a lot.
So, like, literally, countdown clock, minutes, minutes into the second game, as opposed to hours into the first game.
Yeah.
You get to sit down and talk to HK.
For a long time.
A real big conversation with the boy who you love talking to.
Yeah.
You know, and you're like, they know how much people love this, and they know that this is exactly who you're willing to have this kind of conversation with.
And then I felt like the tone shift was complete when you run into, I'm so pissed off I'm holding my organs together with the Force jackass on the ship. What's his name? Fucking Scion?
Not there yet.
Yeah, you are. You got off the mining facility, you ran into him.
Barth?
No. You got off the mine. You went to the first planet.
No, I'm in the ship. I'm floating in the ship. I'm not at the mining. I'm not.
You said you got to the first planet.
No, I said I beat the first. As in, I beat the first area, planet, stage, whatever. I didn't land anywhere. I'm still in the ship right now. So don't worry about it. It's fine. It's fine.
All right, my bad.
So, oh wait, oh god, bad guy.
Yeah.
I'm sorry. I completely, okay. If you're talking about a bad guy, the crusty boy,
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's what I'm
You're
talking
right.
about.
You're right. Sorry. Totally didn't. When you did your descriptor of him was not at all what I was putting together. But yeah, I saw a crusty boy.
Yeah.
He was crusty.
He's very upset.
Ashy Larry.
Yes.
Larry.
Is that what you're calling him?
Yeah, a little bit.
Oh my goodness.
He showed up. Yes, you're correct. And he looks kind of fucked up, but he's on that title screen, so we'll find out more about him.
He's fucking jacked up. Pretty much his entire storyline is the thing you read in the medical notes.
Yeah, okay.
Is just he's very upset. And
he's flaking all over the place, bro. Yeah, so we'll find out more, but at the very least, you know, it was like, okay, so there's you and there's grandma and there's me, and then we'll see where we go from here. But so far, yeah, man, that's the Ebon Hawk. What are we doing? We're flying on it. And
I love how overt it is. Like, hey, look, it's the Ebon Hawk again.
The fucking Ebon Hawk, bro. And then also it's like, hey, what are these miners are just trying to go to work and fucking get their family.
They got fucked, man.
Trying to get some food for their families, and like, just the worst possible series of events. And then of all the people to show up, a protocol droid, HK.
I don't really see how that'd be really all that useful in a mining operation, but
fuck, dude. I feel so bad for those poor fucks. Yeah, so it was wonderful. It's wonderful, you know. Just the slow reveal through all the hologram histories that of like things very, very slowly
it's
going
very
wrong.
gradual.
It's turning the dial up at a half notch.
One of these little droids went nuts. Oh, that's weird. Two went nuts.
Okay, a bunch of them are fixing that ship. Did anyone did you make them do that?
No, I didn't make him do that.
Okay,
Maybe
well,
Jerry
anyway.
did. Hey, Jerry, you do it? Oh, Jerry can't hear us. He's got a headphone. He's got his headphones in.
Hey, what was that noise? I don't know. Hey, what the fuck? There's a gas. Who turned on the gas?
Why did we even have the ability to turn on the gas?
You know, and then of course and then from there to fucking insurrection and back. It's just, a great time. So that's going down. I'm really enjoying that as well. All of this continues over on Woollyversus on Twitch and on YouTube. So Doom and KOTOR will be going on. And yeah, I think if I finish Doom, then we'll start the new LP on Thursday. If there's at least 2 sessions of Doom, then we'll just do.
Yeah, I have the exact same thing where I put a schedule together, but Paige and I are either 1 or 2 sessions away from finishing RE5. Mm-hmm. So I ended up just being like, if we don't finish it, just slide the whole schedule one day over to the right and just pretend. So that's over at Woollyversus, you said?
Over at Woollyversus, you can tune in for that stuff and or something new, depending on however Doom shakes out tomorrow.
Mm-hmm.
So
I'm still streaming Resident Evil games. Almost done RE5. That game's pretty good, but you know what? You remember how RE4 had a lot of slow moments, Wolves? Mm-hmm. And RE5 has so many moments that it's like run through the area while a million enemies are fighting you to flip a switch and then run back.
Don't even bother. Yeah.
It's kind of like the pacing's kind of all over the place.
So when I played, I remember shooting everything.
Yeah.
And then it slows down at points like I think you get off the boat and you have to fight the Bajinis.
Yeah.
And like there you have to take it slow. But
I wish the game was just a little slower paced overall, honestly. But yeah, more of that, and then something else. I'm gonna stream some fucking bullshit one off just to put a day in between Resident Evil games, and then Resident Evil Revelatons will start this week. That's over at twitch.tv/PatStaresAt. I'm excited to get to fucking Revelations. I never beat it. I got about a third of the way through, where you're shooting invisible hunters.
Isn't there important lore?
Resident Evil Revelations has a problem, and it does that thing where the sides... You
never had the Revelaton?
Well, yeah, I did have the Revelaton.
Okay.
But the problem is that the Revelaton is too big. You know when a side story that main series games aren't going to pay attention to does something that's too big.
Oh yeah, too impactful.
So in Revelations, there's a fucking giant, fucking floating Japanese style city. You know, those kinds of techno future things.
Yep.
That gets completely annihilated and millions of people die. And it's called Terra Grigia. And it's never
Okay. Wait, that rings a bell now.
right.
Like yeah. For some reason, I'm here. Yeah, I remember just thinking back to I think it was like just Liam like saying fucking Terra Grigia,
Right, and it's
whatever.
like
So, yeah.
it's too big.
Right.
It's too big.
Yeah.
It's like if New York City got killed by hunters.
And no one talked about it.
Hell fucking no.
Right,
It's not
right.
important because it didn't happen.
Yeah. The obnoxious side story that is way too big for its britches.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And you're looking at it happening and you're like, this doesn't count.
You know what the most egregious side story is of all time?
What's that?
Ninja Gaiden.
Yeah. You're right. You're very right. What's going on with Joe Hayabusa in Ninja?
Like, how much importance are we gonna put on this side story? You know,
Is that to like imply that the real story is what is Dead or Alive?
no, because it was this was before DOA.
Yeah, it was.
We've been following this side story for years now. When are we gonna get back to the main story, guys?
I don't know.
What the fuck are we doing with this good side
All
story?
these side
shit?
demons.
One day we'll find out.
One day we'll find out who that guy that Joe Hayabusa cut was in the intro.
But none of this matters.
No,
Everything Ryu's
not
doing,
important.
ignore it.
Just ignore it. All right, well that's it for our weeks. Should we move on to something else?
Yes. Something such as
So that what the
an advertisement
an advertisement?
for a fine product that has sponsored the podcast.
Oh, we should do that. That seems important.
Hey guys, this week the podcast is sponsored by the concept of deodorant. Because let's be real, folks. Some of you guys out there are not smelling the way you should.
That's true.
So that's why I want to talk to you about Native.
Okay.
Because Native makes deodorant. And they make deodorant that smells very good. And
more importantly, makes you smell less bad.
Makes you smell less bad. Right? Whiff check? Smelfy?
I can't smell anything.
I smell like vanilla.
I'm in a place where I take deodorant's word for it because I can't tell.
you take it at face value.
Yeah.
If that's what it says on the box, then that's what I smell like. Well, fortunately, Native has many different flavors and scents for you to choose from that are pretty great. I like the smell of vanilla, so personally, I am enjoying the scent. I have been complimented on the scent of vanilla that I am currently wafting, and the main thing, of course, you want to know about is that a lot of conventional deodorant contains aluminum, which is what plugs your sweat glands to keep you from sweating. Mm-hmm. And you're like, what's up with that?
Why not just skip the step and just rub a Coke can in your arms?
So Native deodorant does not contain aluminum, so you can feel better about what you're putting on your body. And yeah, like again, I've been rubbing it on for pretty much a couple weeks now, and like I said, I've got it smells good. I enjoy it.
So I have a pretty poor sense of smell, but I can confirm that sitting here, I don't smell you.
There
which
you
is
go.
Good enough for me.
So people, you know what it is. Just look down, point your nose in the general direction, look around, give it a check. No one's gonna notice. Give it a whiff. What's going on? Is it ripe? Is it sour? What are you doing? If you're not doing enough,
Sour just makes
you know how it can get sour. If you're not paying attention, if you're not doing it properly, some people are sour right now.
Sometimes you're just at that smash tourney and you're just you're getting top 8.
Sometimes you think everything's A-okay,
and it's not.
and then a pit stain shows up.
Yeah.
And you're like, whoa, what am I going to do about that?
I was too confident to wear this gray shirt on a hot day.
Why'd you do it? Shouldn't have done it.
I was too confident.
So, fucking, how about you stop smelling like garbage and you get something with safe ingredients, and you get some native, right? It starts with a smell. You smell good.
Bless you.
Everybody treats you better. You get that promotion. You get the beautiful house. You get the car. You get the life. You get everything.
Smelling bad is one of like society's grandest faux pas.
You just don't want to try and get anywhere by smelling sour.
There's only so much you can get done in your social and professional life if everyone has to stay at least 2.5 feet away from you.
You will think of the dream life you would like to be living.
Yes.
You will not accomplish anything remotely close to that dream if you smell the way you do without deodorant on. You put it on.
But yes, put deodorant on.
Put it on. And
it's not just an advertisement. This is also a public service announcement.
You will get up. Your life will improve if you put on deodorant. So you should put on native deodorant and smell good.
Yes.
It works. Like I said, it's aluminum free. There's over 10 cents. They've got rotating seasonals even.
Wait, really?
Yeah. So even though I'm rocking coconut and vanilla right now, I also got cucumber and mint.
Okay.
There's
So they got like a winter scent, or is this like more granular than like?
Yeah, you can go with lavender and rose, eucalyptus and mint. There's all kinds of stuff in there. There's a variety of options for men, women, teens. There's unscented as well as a baking soda free formula for those with sensitivities. So
that would be me.
Yeah, if you need, you can absolutely go that route as well. They got you covered with the selection. There's no risk to try it. There's free shipping on every order, and Native offers a 30-day free returns and exchanges in the USA. So. Quite frankly, as mentioned, you want to get the good smells out there, and you want to help improve your life. Hey, look at that! They also have a relaunch of a toothpaste line.
Oh, seriously?
So in addition to deodorant, they got toothpaste coming in 2 minty flavors: whitening, wild mint, and peppermint oil. So
I want the whitening, but I prefer peppermint, so I'm kind of torn on that.
Yeah, so most natural toothpastes feel like they have they feel like they have little to no foaming in some cases and limited freshening power, but Native's pushing their toothpaste with a clean mouth feeling. So how about that? They're covering all bases: clean teeth, clean armpits, you smell good. You go out there, you impress everybody, people treat you better, your life improves. Your life improves.
At the very least, the lives of those around you will improve. Significantly.
Bare minimum. So, with that, for 20% off your first purchase, visit nativedeodorant.com and use promo code SUPERBEAST during checkout. That's 20% off your first purchase by visiting nativedeodorant.com and using promo code SUPERBEAST during checkout. Thank you, Native.
Thank you, Native.
All right. So, a couple things happened this week.
Before we move on, I would like to continue one extra step of our prior public service announcement.
Sure.
Deodorant is a fantastic addition to your smell and or smell removal. However, it is not to be confused with a replacement for soap and water.
No, there's a multi-step process.
Yes.
The first step is cleaning the surface.
Wash your body.
The second step is making the surface smell good.
Yes.
If you
you can't skip the first step.
You can,
no,
but it won't work.
Okay. Oh, well, okay. Well, sure. Okay.
Because then you will be ripe with flowery scents.
I think everyone has discovered, the car and or human that has discovered the method of fuck it, just put more on.
Mm-hmm.
It doesn't work.
It doesn't work.
It really doesn't work.
Now, there will be times when you find yourself in a pinch where you might think, just go put more on and that'll deal with it. But like, you can just hit a bathroom up, grab some soap and water, do what you got to do.
Just use a sink, bro.
Take care of it. Do what you got to do. But yeah, you got to clean the surface before you put before you put the smell on. The body can be weird.
Your human body is disgusting. You need to fucking get as much of it to leave as possible.
There are folds.
There are folds.
We have that's our biggest problem.
The folds.
There are folds. You know, if there were no folds, there'd be no problems.
If we were perfectly smooth top to bottom.
Think about it. Every single problem on the human body, in terms of scent, comes from a fold.
No, there's one that doesn't.
I don't know. The folds limit...
I don't have folds on my asshole, bro.
Yeah, but you have folds around the edge of it, see?
What?
You're the butt itself, the crack...
That's not a fold.
Yeah, it is.
You're crazy.
The butt is a fold.
No.
The butt is a fold.
Crevice.
It's a fold. I'm counting it as a fold. Because here's the thing.
Your butt's a muscle.
Here's the thing, right? The butt itself, yes, but there's a crack that's closed off. The point is that when you have it closed off, there's not enough air making its way through. Everywhere that there's a fold, there's no air getting in. So those are the places that problems arise. Armpits, it's a problem.
I just want to seal myself off in the laminate, man.
Okay, but like, would you laminate like so that everything is separated and divided and nothing is folding?
No, just laminate me to death.
See, we can do that, but how do you want the details handled? For example, do you want the laminate to go right down the crack, or do you want it to just go over the top of it? Because then you have air bubbles.
I want to be encased in carbonite.
Right, you want a vac bed.
Yeah.
Okay, so you need it to go right down the crack and in between the folds.
Yeah. Ugh,
so you're looking for a situation where you don't just have a nondescript bulge.
No.
You have a very detailed wrapping around
process.
each crevice.
Yes.
And we encase full sack on its own.
Yeah.
So that everything is isolated. Every toe individually.
Yeah.
Every finger.
Ugh.
Behind your ears.
Terrible.
Everywhere that there might still be a space or a crevice or a fold. Lobes isolated. Separated from the body.
You're not even safe if you put your brain out of your body into something, because your brain has folds.
Your brain does have folds.
I mean,
except for the smooth brain people out there.
Yeah. Kudos to them making it work. They're trying real hard.
Are they?
Probably.
I thought the whole point was that they weren't.
Well, no. I mean, I think the point is that they can't.
Either way. So let's talk about some stuff that happened.
Get the fuck out of my face, Medical Mechanica.
That's coming back eventually. Where the fuck is FLCL 2?
It happened.
No, they did a preview episode. They showed one... I think it was like they showed one preview on Cartoon Network, but I don't think the full thing came out at all. We would have heard about it.
Are you... I'm pretty sure it happened.
Oh my god.
And no one cared.
Oh my god, did they happen and nothing happened?
Yeah, that's right. 2 and 3 came out.
And they just no one, nothing?
Nah. I appreciate the mentality of we must have heard about it because it would have been such a big deal, but no.
That sucks. We don't have Cartoon Network up here in Canada, or in Montreal.
But even then,
so
I mean, I don't think
I was relying on the internet to waft.
And the internet hit it with a collective meh.
Man, that's like what was the other thing? Something I was looking forward to, Cannon Busters.
Yeah.
I was like, yo, what's the deal with that? And Cannon Busters is like, yeah, apparently it came out.
Yeah.
I was like, what? But I was waiting on this thing to drop, and it's like, yeah, apparently the first episode was great, and then everything else, some people were saying not that great.
Great.
And I was like, it was sort of okay, and I was like, oh, man, really?
That's super.
I was looking forward to that
time.
shit. Wow, Kermit.
Every time. Well, if I yawn and then speak, Muppet time is upon us.
No.
I'm not sure what's up with it.
If
If I could do it on purpose, I would. I would love to have a Muppet voice in my bag of tricks.
Next time you do it, tell me to clean my room. Anyway. So they came out and they fucking nothing was talked about?
Yeah, that's right.
Wow.
That's right. Yeah.
That's super bummer. Did the Pillows make new music for it?
I don't know.
Oh. Okay, well now I'm gonna go look that up and find
cry.
out. Man, I think that bums me out more than like it being such a colossal fuck up that you can't, like, it becomes a massive talking point for years almost, where you're like, it happened and it was such a sputtering nothing that no one even refers to it anymore. Right? It's like that you know, like
I'm trying to think of one.
Nothing worse than wasted potential.
Yeah. Hey, did a sequel come out to that? No. Quiet you. There was no sequel. It never happened.
Well, okay, I gotta go check out FLCL2 and
Or not.
FLCL3. No, I need to know.
Okay.
And then I gotta go check out Cannon Busters because I need to know. But man, that really makes me feel bad. When you just offhanded. I feel derailed. Well, anyway.
All right, so what happened this week in the news of pop culture, video games, movies, etc.?
Well,
that shit we talk about incessantly.
Yeah. I mean, do we just throw up the relevant talking points for our repetitive sakes, or can we just go into random shit?
Let's just fucking hit it. Just I don't remember any news that interested me enough to me go, hey, did you see that shit? Other than Brian, what's his name? Brian Hanford? Mr. V?
Yeah.
Talking shit.
Well, there's a big obvious one.
That was my highlight.
Well, no, I mean, the obvious one that everyone would come to us about is co-op and local co-op in Bloody Palace.
Man!
Did
Please put that in the other versions.
Did you forget about that one?
Please, I did. I forgot.
Okay.
I thought that was like 2 weeks ago.
Okay.
Man! That's a hell of a ad.
Well, I'm sorry, but you're going to have to accept at the very least on this point that the Switch version of this game is now definitively the one to play.
Well, I think the most annoying thing isn't even that this version of the Switch. I'm like, I really want that for DMC5.
Yeah, of course.
Like bad.
Oh, of course. That goes without saying.
Right.
We'd love to see that in any other game. But at the moment, when it comes to 3, unless you're like, you know, trying to run that mod game on the PC version, this is it.
Yeah.
This is the version to play. You've got style switching on Dante. You've got local co-op Bloody Palace, which we know exactly how they did it.
Yeah.
You just grab...
Oh, Matt Walker even talked about, like, they used Doppelganger and they just put it in there. Like,
yeah. Well, though that's exactly... Well, not even Doppelganger, though. Mission 19?
Yeah.
Right? You just grab the same two-player Virgil from...
Yeah, and just give him his full moveset.
From Mission 19, and you just throw it in there, right?
Dante controls the camera.
So this is the type of thing where you're like, this is how you make a new feature out of shit that already exists.
Yeah.
You just had more time, so why not?
Just Lego piece it together.
Wonderful. And if any Bloody Palace could use it, it would be this one with the fucking 10,000 floors. Or 9,999
whatever the fuck it is,
where you jump up the crazy amounts at a time and insane difficulties shoot up. Yeah, the co-op on this type of challenge, totally, absolutely called for. So wonderful, awesome, fun things for that, and that settles it. Like this is the version of 3 to play, you know, as far as I'm concerned. Although the Joy-Con fucking push can eat my ass with a spoon, because no, we're not turning Joy-Con sideways and playing Devil May Cry.
What are you talking about? It's the best way to play. You got your Switch right there.
You'll be able to play as Dante and Virgil by turning the
You're
Joy-Con
playing on your hipster rooftop. All right, you know, and the gang's there, and they're all crowding around the tiny Switch that you propped up on a Pabst Blue Ribbon. and you're be like, yeah, ooh, I'm gonna be Durgel.
See, now if you share a combo meter,
then that's a joke. Like, it's the easiest style meter ever.
well, certainly, but also this will lead to new combo video possibilities.
It sure will.
That besides modding.
Yeah.
So I look forward to seeing what the old gang can do when Soar teams
Get
up.
all the people behind the fucking DMC3 combo style contest.
Combo Mads
on this.
Yep. Go get Volta Base even. He made a combo.
Oh yeah,
Mad.
I remember seeing his crazy shit. And I'm like, I wonder how I can do that. And then I saw the button layout he used, and I'm like, I don't want to do it anymore. I don't want to do it anymore. It's the same feeling. It's the same feeling as what you get when you watch these super hardcore Armored Core 4 for Answer or Armored Core 5 for Answer like versus videos. Like, that's incredible. How are they playing with that? Oh, they're playing with the DualShock backwards.
You don't like having to piano so that you can air hike into.
Oh Christ! I just remembered. I played Daemon X Machina this week
on PC.
On PC,
yeah,
it runs incredibly well. It plays really well. I can't stand playing it.
Why?
The story is invasive and terrible.
Invasive.
You can't get away from missions in which they're talking the whole time about the worst story known to man. And like it like wrecked it.
So you just
for me.
Like all the conversations as you walk around slowly?
No, the like when you're in the mission and they're just constantly talking, and it's terrible. And you go to pick a mission and you have the little cutscene of these terrible characters hanging out. It's a bummer. That game would be dramatically improved to just rip all of its voice acting out.
So I tried playing. I remember when I tried playing the demo, and I was playing it in Japanese because I wanted to hear Char.
Yeah,
and
Amuro.
And then it became impossible because there was so much dialogue.
Yeah,
that I couldn't read up top and.
It's
play the
actually
game at the same
impossible
time.
to play that game subtitled.
So we had to just switch it back, and also the subtitles are in a bad place.
Yeah,
they're above your character, up where the life bar is.
Bad,
as opposed to where subtitles should go. Yeah, then I switched back to English, and then it kept going. But I only played that demo.
No one shuts the fuck up, and it's all garbage. It's sub-bad anime trash.
There's also those cutscenes in between the missions where they're talking to each other on the little codec screens.
Terrible. It's a bummer. It's the only game I can think of that I played in years and years and years that the story ruined it for me.
Wow, that bad.
Ugh, bummer. Like, maybe the game would be a lot better if you just hit start on every cutscene and then just turn voice acting like in the options to 0.
Yeah. What about customizing your character?
It's incredible.
Giving yourself implants.
Oh man, it's great. And the mech customization's out of control. It's totally just Armored Core. It's great.
Yep.
Oh wow, it's tons of fun.
Cool.
Just I want to scream at everyone to shut up.
Well, this segment is in the complete wrong section of
the
podcast.
But I knew it was only going to last 2-3 minutes.
Fair enough. What are you going to do?
And I was talking about Armored Core, and then I was like, oh, I forgot.
Yep.
That's news.
Oh, yeah.
But it runs incredibly well.
We're seeing the suggestion, play multiplayer. There's no story there.
Yeah, I don't care. I don't care about multiplayer in those games.
Okay. Did you like your robot?
I liked my robot a lot.
Good. I'm glad you liked your robot.
Front Mission 3, still the best.
Front Mission 3 fucking rules.
It's still the best.
Yeah, but the camera's pretty far away.
Though. It is. But you need it far away because it's a PS1 game.
Yeah. Well, it gets up closer than the fights, but then it goes back far away. You know. Man. So sad to hear about that franchise not continuing to exist in a strong way.
Thanks, Left Alive. That's one of those games that came out much like FLCL 2 and 3.
Mm-hmm. That's exactly what I was thinking.
And it just... Oh, that came out? All right.
Hey, I hear that now that Death Stranding's over, Koji wants to work on something, and he wants Yoji to have more of a chance to shine his mecha designs off.
Can we get Groan of the Zenders? It's just like,
Egypt robots.
Just Egypt robots.
There you go.
This one, the good guy's Anubis, and the bad one's Jehuti. That's crazy.
Pharaohbots.
Pharaohbots. There you go. You did it. You did it.
There. Done. Sorted. Everybody enjoy.
All right, back to the news. What else we got?
Well, so yeah, fucking, what are you gonna do? Not play Virgil and Dante style switching all over the bloody palace with your friends? Fuck out of here. Of course you are. So that's that. Weirdest thing about these
Updates?
is the fact that they're not being delivered via highly edited, amazing hype trailer.
It's like Matt Walker talking in like what looks like a Facebook post.
Straight up doing an Instagram story.
Yeah.
Just leaning and talking, going, "Hey guys, here's the latest feature." And you're like, "Oh, okay. That's very candid."
It gives you the feeling that these were like easy throw togethers.
Easy throw togethers, and maybe not as much time to like throw them out there as we hoped. But one way or another, it's kind of like, well, okay, I'm hype. That's a really hype announcement. I'm surprised it's not with like a big ass trailer and music playing and, you know, like We Are Falling.
I really hope they get co-op Bloody Palace in 5, because now the expectation has been set that
it has been
that Bloody Palace can be co-op.
It sure has, and we know that the online co-op framework
exists,
is already laid out in the game in a passive,
weird,
non-involved way,
almost pawn-like system.
And we also know that people are playing that one mission over and over and over again,
just so that they can play for 2 minutes
together in a similar co-op fashion. So it is very possible, you know, and you can stack your rank your stylings against each other, and
they should do it.
All the signs are there. I think they know they should do it.
I don't think there's any feeling as obviously stupid but still compelling as I want it, so they should do it.
Mm-hmm.
But I want them to do that, so they should do it.
But this is not that stupid, because they already did it. They just didn't.
Didn't give
turn
you
it
control.
on.
Yeah.
It's there. They just didn't turn it on.
Just turn it on, please.
Yeah. So. Yay.
I want to be able to play DMC4 with all 5 playable characters in the story missions and co-op
at the same time.
Yeah.
Oh my god. Just giant round trip while Kalina Ann's doing the Atano Circus, while Judgment Cut end, while
Nero is snatching enemies into
the zone, and then Pandora's opened up.
Yeah.
Fuck me. Yeah. So you know what's kind of nuts?
What's that?
I kind of had a point in time when I thought this would happen, but then it never did. And now all these years later, after it's already been revisited, this event did occur. A playable version of StarCraft Ghost has leaked.
Way after anyone would ever care.
Well, way after they already used her in
a bunch of StarCraft 2 campaign. And Heroes of the Storm.
So, really, really weird for this to happen all these years later. But it looks like what happened is somebody got their hands on an Xbox dev kit. And on that dev kit was a build of the full fucking game up until at least the more recent version of it.
The question is like, because StarCraft Ghost got killed twice.
Yeah, there's the old build like version, and then there's the more recent one, right? So I think this is from the Xbox era build, which is the newer one.
Okay. Because there was an ancient like screenshot that was the promise of StarCraft Ghost, that kind of thing. And it was Nova walking behind a line of siege tanks that was firing at a Zerg onrush, right?
Mm-hmm.
And it's like, yeah, that's really, really cool. Like, boots on the ground, see that shit? And we never got it.
And
And I guess it is very interesting to see a game that was deemed too awful to release by old Blizzard, and we can compare that to games that new Blizzard does release, such as Warcraft 3 Reforged.
I mean, like, this was back in that era of, like, we have infinite money and infinite time.
Which is even more valuable
So
than
we
money.
don't need to put anything out there that is going to potentially even damage.
They killed 3 games in that time period. They killed 2 StarCraft Ghosts and Warcraft Adventures. And they were just like, these games aren't gold-plated super A+ super games, so into the bin. What a crazy philosophy.
It's almost like, or like it's like, will this even remotely hurt the brand? If the answer is
if the answer is maybe,
a slight maybe, can it? Right? But yeah, we got full on footage of Ghosts that is uploaded now, so we can see what this game was going to be, and it also looks like you can fucking, you know, maybe even acquire that somehow and play it yourself. Who knows? Maybe one day we'll find out what Titan was.
Blizzard would never ever release something that would hurt one of their brands.
Well,
quality is of the utmost.
the 3Bs, baby.
Here's the thing, right? Blizzard would never. But there is no Blizzard anymore. All that remains now is Blizzard Activision, which is a distinct entity.
Acta-Blizzard, I believe.
Yes.
It is affectionately called. Also, I mean, there is something that, like, remember when it was going to be a really cool feeling to watch a ghost on foot walking up to firebats and zerglings,
Just getting the ground
getting
ground
like,
view.
ground view of it. Like, I'm watching it now, and like obviously that magic is not there anymore because the mystery has been, you know, it's not
Fully ruined.
Yeah, we don't necessarily feel that way. But I remember being insanely excited about the idea of like an Archon,
Yeah.
right, like on foot, fighting and like, you know, like busting up a bunch of.
It's the same thing that the Alien
Zerglings.
vs. Predator franchise hit on a little bit, where like the final boss of one of those games is a predator.
Right. Yeah.
Like, you know,
Or like a carrier flying overhead
holy shit.
and just sending out the little drone. You know what I mean? Like all these moments that
Yeah.
like in my brain, I'm like, oh, could you imagine?
Yeah, because
though?
it's like the final boss is a Mutalisk. One Mutalisk.
Like, do you remember the really hype cutscene of the Arbiter flying overhead and decloaking a ton of units?
Yeah.
And how sick that was as like, oh fuck, this is what it feels like in cinematic
Yeah.
display and not in gameplay, you know? Like, you just see a single ship fly overhead and an army is suddenly here.
Oh my god, that's fucking crazy.
Yeah,
I can't
the
believe
idea,
it.
the promise of that type of thing on foot would be so cool, you know? And then eventually at some point Nova pointing a laser at a spot and then that spot getting nuked.
And the goofy thing is that Warcraft players did get that experience with WoW. WoW totally delivered on that exact experience.
For the other...
Because you were playing
for
as
Warcraft,
you know, a
yeah.
human footman or whatever, and
Yeah.
you saw an abomination, you know, those big guys with the hook.
Yeah.
And it was the fucking biggest deal in the world, because those things are way better
Yeah.
than an average fucking shit-ass unit.
Yeah. So I just saw Nova shoot an infested Terran.
That's crazy!
Yeah. Well, anyway, mystery solved. Can close the door on that piece of history.
Yay.
Or at the very least, see how far they got. You know? See how far they got. Now, and judge for yourself whether or not they were
Right to kill it?
right to kill it.
Yeah.
Honestly, at a glance right now, looks like a pretty generic third-person shooter.
But
Doesn't
StarCraft. I almost said fucking Star Wars.
yeah.
You know, oh god, hold on.
It's all because not only was it StarCraft on foot, Nova was a cool design that everyone loved right away.
Such a cool design that like it retroactively replaced the old Ghost design
everyone wanted ghosts like this now. Everyone wanted more of this special ghost. She was very cool. Yeah.
So I bet one of the reasons, this is complete headcanon. When was StarCraft Ghost canceled? It was a PS2, GameCube, and Xbox game at various points in its life, right?
Mm-hmm.
That meant it would have been canceled, 2003, 2004? Xbox came out in 2004, right?
Sounds right.
Okay. Do you remember, this is going to be a fucking poll, you remember Warhammer 40k Fire Warrior?
No.
So Warhammer 40k Fire Warrior was a game where you played as a Tau infantryman. Tau are for the greater good communist little space aliens that have high tech. Xbox came out in 2001. Okay, good. And
the fuck is that?
Warhammer 40k Tau Fire Warrior was Warhammer 40k's entry into the first-person shooter genre, in which you got to play as a Warhammer 40k unit on the ground floor of the Grand Tactical...
Before Space Marine.
Yeah. And it's terrible. It sucks ass. And the similarity to StarCraft Ghost is significant.
Huh.
Because they are the same concept. What if
Okay.
you were a FPS... Sorry, what if you were a strategy unit, but it was a shooter, right?
Okay.
And that game is terrible. So I wonder if the timing works out, that people at Blizzard were like looking at that game and going, yeah, we don't want this to be our Fire Warrior for our brand.
Wasn't Space Hulk also a 40k game?
Yes.
So they've done it before.
Yeah.
Okay. I think I literally have that sitting on the fucking Saturn shelf right over there. Never popped.
Oh wow! Someone in chat pointed out that these are all essentially reverse Halo Wars.
Yeah, I suppose.
Which is really goofy.
I suppose so. I think like on principle, you're way better off going in the direction of reverse Halo Wars than Halo Wars.
Yeah.
Like if you had to pick, because like it's easy to. Like a strategy game that's well done will give you a lot of units,
A lot
of settings, a lot of world, a lot of like map set. You know what I mean?
Tile
Ideas,
sets. Yeah,
to work with, more than enough that you can pull from for a full third-person shooter. But if you were to go the other way, it would be much harder, and you'd be much more limited.
Yeah. Reminds me of Space Marine. Man, I wish we got a sequel to Space Marine because that game kicks ass. But it's like... Warhammer 40k has this fucking problem with its games in which like none of them are successful enough to become long-running franchises except for Dawn of War.
Yes.
But the first one always gives you the same faction.
What about Vermintide?
Vermintide is not 40k.
Not 40k, but it's Warhammer, right?
Yeah, it is Warhammer.
Yeah.
But I specifically mean 40k.
Okay.
So every 40k game, you got your Space Marines,
Mm-hmm.
you got your Orcs,
Mm-hmm.
you got your Eldar, and you're gonna flip a coin as to whether or not you have Chaos Space Marines or Dark Eldar.
Okay.
And it's like every time, it's like, can we get a shooter where I shoot a Necron, please? How about a Tyrannid?
Aren't there also like a billion possibilities to pick from?
There are a lot.
Because that tabletop thing is a very, very, very large world.
There are a lot, and you get to have this awful moment where you go, oh, wow, those are just like those things in Warcraft. No, that's wrong.
Okay.
Blizzard stole it, not the other way around.
Yes. More like World StarCraft.
Yeah.
Blizz. Right? And then you get the fucking Sing the Song That Ends the Earth. Right?
Man.
Tycho going crazy.
Games Workshop got fucked on that shit.
Yeah, so the thing is, of course, is that, like, I get the impression that 40K is such an insanely large wiki dive of a universe.
So it is the same size
you
as Warhammer.
You could throw a dart and land on any setting with any couple of races and make it something interesting.
But it's always the same ones.
Okay.
Because they're the popular
They're the big
hero
ones,
one,
okay.
and then the popular villain one is the Chaos and the Orcs.
Got it. Okay, yeah.
Right? So Warhammer and 40K are analogous. Like, there's a 1-to-1 for almost every faction.
Mm-hmm.
And one of the coolest things that they put out with, what was it? Total Warhammer 2, which is what I'm calling it. I don't care. That's not the real title. The factions were elves, evil elves, rat people, and dinosaurs.
Sick.
Like,
Okay.
because the first game did, like, the Empire and Chaos and, like, the normies. So, and then the first expansion was, like, Dead Pirates. And then the one after that was the Tomb Kings. And, weird. Just the weirdos.
I would play a game that is a board game on the tabletop where it is Operation, except it is a Space Marine's body.
Fine. Great. Pull out all 4 hearts.
Operation. Is it heart A, B, or C? Operation.
And if you fail, the Emperor accuses you of heresy. And it's a whole
I'm
thing.
the doctor for you. Yeah. I'm down. Anyway.
Same thing with, and it is the same thing with Vermintide. Where Vermintide was like, rats! And then it's like, okay, that's a good weird one. Then it's like, chaos dudes! And then, like, maybe we'll get elves? Just...
So you know me, if I was into that heavily, I would get really frustrated at the same picks being used over and over.
And they're always the quote-unquote normie picks.
Knowing that there's such interesting ones to grab.
That's why Vermintide was everyone's like, yeah!
I would get real tired.
Rat people!
Of the big populars being the only thing we get.
Rat people never get any play.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. I mean, shit, what was I like... I was just having this conversation about something else. I don't remember what it was. But it was like literally exactly this. It was just like, why do we always have to get the same...
Street Fighter?
Was it?
Where, like, if the fucking 12 World Warriors aren't there, everyone loses their shit?
Yeah. But no, because, I mean, it wasn't that, but that happened, and then Third Strike, and then eventually those became beloved, but for years they were, like, fucking considered a mistake and a bad idea, so...
Yeah.
It's like, all right, you can get the same guys you want. Here they are.
Yeah.
Oh,
that reminds me of a story that's probably on our docket this week about Street Fighter V. Did you see the statement from Capcom?
They're addressing the online.
There will be adjustments coming to the online play.
They did say that. There's also Seth stuff. And, looks like the pressure has cracked the dam.
Finally.
And the water is leaking through.
Can't wait for them to permaban everyone who used that network fix.
Well,
have you seen what happens when you play Seth's old costume, his Street Fighter 4 look?
He's very small.
He's really, really small.
Because they have to make him the same size.
It's really funny. He's like a toddler next to Honda.
What
it's
are you gonna
fucking
do?
hilarious.
You do what you gotta do.
Man, I would be very excited if Street Fighter V just fixed its net code.
Yeah, that'd be really good.
And then they threw it away for 6.
There's a lot of character references in the moveset.
Yeah, a lot.
Whole lot of Dimitri's and
she does the bow. Like after the drill.
Demon Cradle, Flash, Charlie Nash's flash flip kick.
Yeah.
The spinning there's a reference video that puts it all together.
Yeah, I watched that.
But then, like in that video, right? There's the the spinning roundhouse.
Kick, yeah.
Where it's like, I don't know what this is, and it's like Zeku.
Yeah.
Zeku literally does that kick. It's just he's just the character right behind you on the character select screen.
Who's Zeku?
Guy's master.
Exactly. I don't know who Zeku is. Neither do you.
Bushin Ryu.
What?
Only 2 are allowed at a time. He wears green.
Uh-huh.
And he's an old man.
I see.
He's got that appeal. Laura's got the hots for him.
Yeah. Oh, does she?
Yeah. He's got a little raccoon. I know a lot about Zeku.
Okay.
There you go.
Or do you?
Dude, I'm the one that told you about Sakura's Hadoken hitting you feeling like a cool, refreshing blast.
You are that person. That's true, yeah.
I read Tiamat's plot guide.
Yeah, you did.
All right.
I think I tried to read it and I got like 2 pages in. I'm like, I don't care enough. I'll just ask Wooly if I want to know.
Oro's S tier.
Yeah, of course he is.
Okay, so other things that happened this week included my eyes glazing over as I read the headline, Quantic Dream announces self-publishing venture.
Yay, now no one will hold them to any standard.
Now they can descend into the depths of madness themselves.
Yeah. There's no worrying about whether or not the publisher will tell them no.
Quantic Dream announces discovery of Argent Energy.
They can do anything. No one can stop them. Yay.
So the first time in 23 years of working with prestigious publishers, we're now in a position to self-publish. Yeah. You know, it's kind of funny how we got almost the same thing from Platinum the other day.
Yep.
And it was super exciting.
Yeah.
And here we're reading it here, and you're like, okay, well,
Yep.
all the best with that.
Good luck with you guys. Maybe you'll make a unqualified good game one day.
Nomad Soul 2. Soul Nomad.
I'd flip my shit. I would be super excited for Nomad Soul 2. I'm not even joking. I'd be so excited.
Call it Soul Nomad.
There it is. Except that game already exists.
But then just be like, we don't care. Fuck off.
No, that game already exists.
No, too bad. We're taking it.
That's a weird anime game on the PSP.
Too bad. No, we're taking. Nope.
It's too late. They can't do that.
Shut up, Japan. Too late. Soul Nomad. We did it.
That game exists. I don't know what to tell you.
They don't. You think Cage cares?
I think the trademark office cares.
Yeah, watch them do it anyway.
Yeah, watch them do it anyway. And then they get sued by the PSP.
And then just change the name to Fahrenheit.
There you go.
Or call it Celsius.
Kelvin. Call it Kelvin.
Celsius. Okay, whatever. Yeah. Same place. Whatever.
Fucking Quantic Dream.
When you hear about studios working on games, I'd rather stories such as this one.
Such as?
Remedy confirms it's working on Control DLC and 3 games.
Okay, well, Control DLC was known, and that's going to be a tie-in to Alan Wake.
2 DLCs.
Yeah.
Okay. So, both coming out sometime this year, but in addition to that, they've got 3 games on the slate, and I don't know how big of a company Remedy is, but that seems like a lot.
It does seem like a lot.
That seems like a lot in addition. That's 4 projects.
I have no idea how big they are, but they take forever to do anything, and so I assume one of these will be canceled.
And they're not they're not inexpensive either. Like these are pretty, high quality.
I would really like for them to continue Alan Wake. Those games are incredible.
Maybe one of those games is just a filming crew filming some actors right now.
That's not out of the realm of possibility.
Maybe that's what that is, right? Like
we just decided to make a team that is just for filming the actors in the other games.
There you go. I mean that's cool because fucking rad on that. Hope good things happen, but indeed I expect one of those to just not exist.
Yeah,
that's way too many projects.
We're working on 2 games, and then it's like, oh, Alan Wake 2, and they're like, well, what's the other stuff? And they're like, what other stuff? We're not working on anything else. And you're like, and they go, oh, that quote, oh, what we meant was Alan Wake and it's 2 DLCs. That's what we meant. And you're like, no, it's not.
Okay, so the first of these, the single-player story campaign for Smilegate Entertainment's first-person shooter Crossfire X, a popular series in China and Southeast Asia.
Okay.
Second title, currently going by the name Vanguard, has been known about in general for some time. It's Remedy creating a long-term service-based multiplayer experience.
Oh. Both of those sound like shit.
Uh-oh. Eternally playable development version now exists. Third currently announced title is based on the company's own game brands and is proceeding well. Okay, so okay, well,
yeah. What could that? I don't know. What would that be?
All right, so they've got a new.
Well, what could that possibly be? I don't know.
Allen Control.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. How sick would a game be that's just called Oops Objects of Power?
Oh man. Well, because Alan, the thing that Control does, I've never seen anything ever do, or at least that I can't think of. Because Alan Wake had these little jokes about Max Payne in it. And then Alan Wake had its own universe and ideas and what was going on in it. And Control comes on and says, no, this isn't the Alan Wake universe. This game isn't connected to Alan Wake. Alan Wake is connected to Control.
Yes.
Because Control is the big...
So that's the crazy, awesome thing, right?
Setting.
Is usually you zoom in.
Yeah, this zoomed all the way out.
And showed you that what you saw was a fucking...
And it's like, no, Alan Wake and Quantum Break and Max Payne are little pieces of the Control
files
universe.
On a desk.
Yeah.
In the world of Control. Those stories are in a little fucking manila folder.
Yeah.
In a filing cabinet somewhere. Yeah. Oops.
Yeah, it's in the folder labeled the really bad ones. Shit goes off.
I'd be super down for Oops, bro.
Yeah, that'd be great. Because now it means Alan Wake can fucking telekinesis throw bullshit all he wants. And everyone can be a fucking Remedy Jedi.
Yeah. Yeah.
Right?
Actually. Sure.
Hey Alan, that flashlight you have, it's actually a really special flashlight, and it's weird that you can use it. Everybody else goes crazy when they touch it.
And at the same time, SCP.
Yeah, there you go.
Just all of it. So I guess we can just stop talking about those first two, and just say that hey, they got a game in the works.
They have one game in the works.
They have one game.
See, it's like I said, they just those two just disappear. Hey, what are you talking about?
Looking forward to Oops. Sounds like it'll be fun. It might even be like
unless that multiplayer game is called like Firearms the Battle or something.
Or Quantum Oops.
Quantum Oops.
Because that's a franchise too.
Oh no, wait, Microsoft owns Quantum Break.
Oh.
So here's the deal.
Do they reference it?
No. Microsoft owns Quantum Break, and Rockstar owns Max Payne.
But Max Payne is a comic inside of...
No, a very, very similar detective is the one that Alan Wake writes about. His name isn't Max Payne. It's something like
it's
something like Slater Hardbody. You know,
there are legal distinct reasons that they have to stay separate.
Yeah,
okay.
But it uses Max's voice actor.
Sure, but in actuality, there is an ownership thing happening. Okay, but Quantum Break is fully owned by Microsoft.
Yeah, that's their baby.
So if they wanted to, they could reference similar, but they couldn't ever.
They'd be like, this one time, a guy that played a character on Game of Thrones traveled through time.
Yeah.
No, not that guy. The other actor who played a character on Game of Thrones. You know. Got it.
Okay. All right.
And also in Control, the Doctor is being played by Alan Wake's actual actor. What's his name? The guy with the glasses and the lab coat that does all the presentations.
Sure, yeah.
That's straight up actually just Alan Wake.
Yeah. They more franchises need to zoom out.
Yeah.
I like that.
I like the idea that every game companies properties all just somehow coexist just a little itty bitty.
You know how every Men in Black movie came out, but it doesn't matter because we're all just marbles?
That's right.
It's almost so it's like, who cares?
It's like in Capcom, whenever I see Zenny, I'm like, yeah, of course it's Zenny.
More things need to turn a Gundam.
Yes.
Okay, well, anyway.
People like crossovers.
And I say that with my eyebrow raised for those of you who are in on it. Well, anyway. The sequel to 20XDX is going to be called 30XDX. And that is the game that is the...
Of course it is.
You know, the Mega Man inspired one. That's pretty cool. And looks like, yeah, man. That was it's fun. Roguelike Mega Man action. Sprites look way better this time around. The number one thing that I felt about the last one, and we played it for a bit and had some fun with it. The number one thing I felt was that it still felt like a Flash game, and it looks like they've tightened up a lot of that. So now it really does resemble the sort of like pixel-based Mega Man action, and you don't really get those, Newgrounds feeling vibes off of it.
That's a really specific feel, but I know exactly what you're talking about.
Vector art sliding around the screen.
It's the slide. It feels like your character's skating.
Yes, and it's when it's a character made up of like each limb is a piece of art that's like independently animating from each other. Yeah, they got rid of that. So 30XTX looks way better. So that's great. That's great. That's going to be dropping in over a year from now.
All right. Well, we'll remember it then.
But the announcement and trailer have dropped, so that's cool. 30XTX.
You shouldn't be allowed to announce things ahead anymore.
You're silly.
You
have this thing where
waiting for games sucks.
Yeah, and because of that, and because like you're like I'd rather not know in the announcement thing, like you just I don't like you.
They shouldn't let people do it.
You're silly. You're fucking silly. All right. You just need to learn how to temper your fucking patience.
No, I don't want to.
Just don't tell me. And now I hate it. Now I hate it because I don't have it.
That's right.
Fucking.
And I hate you because I don't have it.
Completely irrational. Sometimes it works. Sometimes, and let's be real. It's awesome when we get the random drops.
Yeah, it's awesome every time.
It's awesome, right? But I like if there's a certain threshold after which like I'd say if you know a game is being made for years, then you feel time drag on a lot longer if you're really looking forward to it. So Bayo 3 is now becoming something that is like when it's not dropped when a trailer doesn't come out.
Today is Monday, February 17th, right?
Mm-hmm.
Are you familiar with an ancient meme that was made around the time of Bayo 3's announcement, like a couple months later, which was a dude putting like a bucket of water over a door,
waiting for Bayo
news?
Yes,
and it was day 1, day 2, day 817.
Yeah,
day 817 is March 3rd. Of this year. Which means that like it's always humorous to me when a ridiculous exaggeration becomes real.
Yeah.
And come on, what the fuck, guys?
We waited for and got to Final Fantasy VII Remake. We lived a life for Shenmue 3.
No, that's different. That's different. I think 30XDX put out a trailer, you said.
Yeah.
So thumbs up, that's fine, I'll live.
Yes.
But I think like what is actually infuriating is games like Bayo 3, SMT5 comes to mind.
A logo and
a logo silence. And a fake CG cutscene.
Agreed.
And maybe one day.
Agreed.
Like fuck off.
Right. The we do it when you have nothing to say about it.
Okay, but the we do it one was actually great.
Sure, but like I will agree that a logo and a nothing is not great. It's not good. Don't do it. You don't need to do that.
Don't do it. I don't want a logo and a nothing.
But sometimes the pressure to say something excuse me, at an event where everyone is really expecting you to say something, they're like, okay, do you cave or do you disappoint everybody when you have nothing to say?
See, I get that, but what all they're doing is taking that pressure and taking it off of themselves and putting them onto us.
Well, yes, but but even telling you and then you getting disappointed that it's going to take so long is still on you anyway. So if you're a baby that has diapers and you need to be powdered before we change them, you know what I mean? Like it's like, do we drop this on? I'm
not going to listen to you say this as for a person who doesn't even get excited for some games to come out.
No. What I am saying is, no matter what happens, it's on the audience at a point, but you're gonna have to see it as this, right? There's times when you have a moment where everyone really wants to hear something at an E3 or at an Evo or something like that, and you're on a stage, right? And you're like, okay, we can drop a logo now and dead silence for 2 years.
That's like the
worst. It seems like the worst possible idea in the world. Don't fucking do it.
And a lot of those games get canceled. Like a lot of those games get canceled.
if you have, it seems like you can do it if you have an existing thing out in a franchise. Like if KOF 15 is like, yeah, that'll happen.
And I go, yeah, that'll happen.
But KOF 14 is here and people are, you know what I mean? Then it's like, yeah, all right, there's a thing, right? You're just saying the next thing might happen.
Yeah.
But like that and then the other option is like you don't do that and then you have dead silence and then you show it when there's something substantial.
You know what's a good test of this is that FF7 Remake is going to have sequels. I think it would be a really dumb idea for like 6 months from now to go, the sequel to FF7 Remake is in development with like a 10-second key art trailer.
Yeah.
It's like, everybody fucking knows.
Yeah.
You don't have to actually announce it. Just show something when something exists.
I think the right way to look at this is probably follow Kickstarter rules.
Yeah.
Right? If your Kickstarter video has no footage to show and is just you talking at a desk about your thing, yeah, you can, but it's much more convincing and people will be way happier and more willing to support it if you can show off some actual progress.
You know what's interesting? There's an example that I have that I just realized that is the reverse of this. It is a game that has been out for years and years and years. I don't know what Phantasy Star Online 2 looks like at all.
Okay.
I don't know what... Remember,
I know the opening cutscene and it's awesome.
Remember we made a joke about how one of the playable characters is Virgil?
Yeah.
That's the only screenshot I have ever seen of Phantasy Star Online 2.
Okay.
Because right away, it became very obvious that that game was not going to come out here. And that maintained for, I want to say, 6-7 years. Mm-hmm. And as my brain went, I'm not going to be able to play that in English officially. Mm-hmm. I just went, don't look at it. So every time, like, a trailer, like, don't look at it. You'll only get sad.
Mm. What about now?
Now I'm like, I don't even know what to look at if I wanted to start to look at it. I guess I'll wait until the PC version has a beta or something like that.
Yeah, Max played it the other day.
Right?
Yep.
But now I'm in the opposite thing. Now it's an MMO that's been out for years and years and years, and it's like, well, how can anyone just start playing it now? Is its time just over?
Right.
And it's such a weird situation.
Yeah. So all that to say that it's like there is a lot of weirdness where announcements and the feelings that come with them are like they're on the audience to some degree and then they're on the publisher to some degree. But I think the safest and smartest thing to do is announce when you have something to show.
Cyberpunk was ridiculous. Do you remember the original thing for that?
Wasn't it just the CG?
It was just
lady?
A CG lady.
Yeah.
And it was one of those trailers that it's just a 3D scene.
Yeah. And it was fucking incredible. It was really cool.
And it was in 2015 or something. Like it was way before Witcher 3 came out. Mm-hmm. And the quote was, yeah, we're not even going to start working on it until over a year from now. Mm-hmm. And everyone was like, why? Mm-hmm. Why did you even...
But if a project is going to take some time...
It was 2013.
Wow. Yeah.
It was 2013.
7 years ago. Okay. Yeah. Right.
Now,
at the same time, if a project is going to take some... Not 7 years, obviously, but it's going to take some time, and like and you're seeing full gameplay, and like you're following it as that time is closing the gap...
Yeah.
And you're like, that to me is like, okay, well, they're making it. It's fine. You don't need to get impatient and mad about the fact that it's not here yet. You know, I think you can be more reasonable when you're able to follow that progress.
So here's where I am a confusing hypocrite on my own thing, because I don't care when games get delayed anymore.
Yeah.
Which brings the release date farther away.
Yes.
But I don't want games to be announced until 6 months before they come out.
Okay.
even if they later get delayed.
So if they lie to you and put a fake release date and then just delay it,
I guess my brain will internalize that and it'll be fine.
that was kind of what I was wondering about.
I guess it'll be fine.
I was wondering about that because we both agree that when we see that delay and go, yeah, make it better.
It'll be better.
Yep. We know that.
Thumbs up.
Right? Don't join the anger of that moment because you know that you'd rather not play the
I'm
shitty game.
not I'm not 12 anymore, and I'm not buying one game a year or whatever the fuck, you know.
No shortage, right, of things to spend to grab your attention.
Right.
So you're fine. But yes, when you know it's further away, it doesn't feel good. So now, lie to you. It's coming out tomorrow.
It's just, well, I mean, that's always the best.
We've delayed it to 2021.
It's just like Capcom's been doing it really well lately, where games get announced and then it's within about a year they're here.
Yeah, there's been nothing.
It's great.
There's been nothing. Like there's rumors always bubble for a long time.
Yeah.
I mean, Devil May Cry 5, fucking God.
Everybody knew for a long time. And when I say new, I'm going to say no in quotations.
Yeah.
Because you're paying attention. You're like, what's so-and-so working on? And the answer would be, nothing.
Yeah, but Devil Trigger to controller in hand was less than a year. Or about a year.
I want to say it was 1 year. Yeah.
So
because we decided to start the LP series shortly thereafter.
Yeah, so that's it, you know. That's about fine.
Resident Evil 3 was real fast because RE2 came out in January of last year, and RE3 got announced like 2 months ago.
So you know what that means then? You know what's actually optimal? Bubble with secrets and leaks for all as early as possible as you can, and then let the fever pitch be nice and high, but still no official statement.
So that when you announce it, everybody goes, "Oh, fucking finally! Oh, thank God! Oh, jeez!"
But all the thoughts are already there, and all the feelings are already there, and you don't have to have any like, "Hey, man, hey, I don't want you to talk. We didn't say anything." Like, when is it gonna come out? I don't know. We didn't say anything.
When is what going to come out?
That
the nothing that we're working on.
Plausible deniability. Maximum advantage.
Like there's like a bunch of games that I'm pretty sure everybody knows are being worked on just by, well, what are they working on? And they're all like, shh, next gen, shh, right? And you add a number to certain games.
Motherfuckers are updating their LinkedIn accounts.
Right, and you just go, what? And then it becomes for people who are way too inside like us, go, when are you going to officially announce it, jackass? Right? But that's a whole different fucking thing.
But yeah, that's what you want. You want the
and yes, I'm talking about Bloodborne 2, obviously.
Clearly. You want the what's the phrase? The fucking something secret. It's like the not secret.
Oh, the open secret.
Or whatever, yeah. Just like everyone's talking about it, everyone kind of knows, but you don't have any official pressure on your hands, right? Yeah. Okay, well, anyway.
Like, hell, there's a good example. There's going to be a port of Spider-Man for PS4 for the PS5.
Yeah. But
how do we know that, even though it hasn't been announced? Oh, because they showed it. They literally showed it.
In their tests.
Yeah.
Also, but they're working on a new one, though.
Yeah,
right? That was the other story or whatever. Let's get a move on, though.
Yeah, let's do it.
Okay, so there's that. Fucking rad news on this.
Tell me your rad news.
Castlevania Season 3.
Oh, man. It looks so good. I like
happy.
And it's not directly tied to a specific Castlevania game.
I was going to ask. This is the one question I had. After watching this trailer, I wanted to know. I'm like, is there a game that
it is taking place in between 3 and Curse of Darkness.
Okay, so they would start putting in teaser bits
for Hector getting out of his sex cage.
But we're still following the trio from 3.
Yeah.
So, okay.
And then there's a little bit in that trailer that made my brain go, oh, and it's, hold on a second. Belmonts aren't magicians, right?
They're holy.
But they use magic.
They're holy as fuck.
In a bunch of the games.
Yeah.
They get a fire whip. They get the Grand Cross. And then you see this trailer go out and it's like, oh, because modern Belmonts are descendants of Trevor and Sifa, they know a little bit of magic. Just enough to light the whip on fire. Just enough to do a grand cross.
It's in the blood. It's still
because
it's still there. They're Helsings, but also they got a little bit of that.
Yeah, because the end of that trailer is Grand Cross.
Is that what he's doing?
If you frame by frame it, there's a cross frame in there.
I didn't know what he was doing. Oh, that'd be cool. Okay. That's exciting. I didn't know he could do that.
He can't. That's what I'm getting at.
Okay. Got it. Cool. That's exciting. Now, here's my other question, right? Again, I'm a Castlevania outsider checking this out and loving this animated series. Would you guys, as Castlevania fans, rather the continuing adventures of this world or a gradual movement through the numbers?
So they're gonna do, assuming the success continues, I can see a gradual movement through the numbers because Alucard gets to be in a lot of them.
Yeah.
Maybe not as a main character, but you can cut to him chilling in the castle or whatever the fuck.
Are you down with Trevor not being around anymore in order to get to Symphony and then eventually...
I have a feeling that we're going to see Curse of Darkness dramatically curtailed into 2 episodes of Season 3. Right?
Okay.
Hector's going to go to the fucking castle and fuck Isaac up. And that'll be ongoing alongside the original story because Curse of Darkness sucks ass.
Like, these characters in this world is great, right? This is great. But are you down to get to Soma eventually?
At Season 4... I would imagine we're going to be going to our fucking caveman Conan-looking motherfucker Simon.
Yeah. You gotta.
Who will know how to do... Who will be a much beefier Belmont.
And
he's huge, man. He's gigantic.
And this is the thing, right? If you got... Like, again, I'm not... You know? I'm the secondary here.
Yeah.
I'm the secondary.
You need a time skip from this story for Dracula to fucking come back to life.
If you guys, right, the Castlevania fans, if you're willing to let this shit JoJo.
Yeah.
If you're willing to let
it
JoJo,
has to.
Right?
It literally has to.
Yeah. And I love, you know me, I love when time moves, right? But I know that not everybody wants that. Some people are like, no, I want more of my Trevor and my adventures, right?
There's tons of cool people that they can hang out with.
Think about how tired Dracula gets to be.
Oh, he gets to be so tired.
By the end of this shit. Like when Simon shows up and you have a whole new Belmont.
And he's like, oh my god, I'm finally alive again. This is the shit. And he looks out the window and he sees the vampire killer growing through because it's like his porch.
Yeah, and like he's full of all this spunk and vigor, and he's like, "You steal men's souls," you know. And that,
like, well, here's the thing, that's way out there.
But
that's season like 6, 7, 8.
But that's what I'm saying. Do you like, you know, when he's sitting on the throne
and he's just tired,
and he's got his hand on his head and
he's
got the wine
and his hair's white now.
He's fucking done. And why wouldn't he be? Think about how tired he was when we first saw him.
Yeah, episode 1. Oh,
checked out. Super checked out.
Yeah.
You know?
That trailer has a lot of great stuff in it. Legion's in there. The giant ball of humans. All sorts of shit. Yeah, I can see season 3 being just skip through Curse of Darkness as soon as you can. And then 4 would be Castlevania 1, and it would be just that. And then 5 would be Castlevania 2.
If this JoJo's through time, and we get all these seasons coming out and they're all quality, short little groups of episodes that are all like perfect representations of the games that they're moving through, I will become a huge Castlevania.
There's only one
this show.
There's only one thing that I think might be a problem, and that is I don't know of who the fuck Simon's gonna hang out with.
Yeah,
as secondary characters.
Talk to your whip, bro.
You know what? Fine. But
he's got a bibble. Talk,
see,
you know.
I'm saying
talk
like
to the bibble.
I'm using my brain powers, and I think season 6 is the earliest we can get Maria and Richter and Alucard.
How about this? How about like
Christ, no, 7 would be Alucard.
Death is fucking around with him as he's going through the castle.
Yeah.
And Death is fucking...
And he's like, tee-hee-hee.
Yeah, and he's like, get away from me, asshole. And there you go, right? Simon's got Death to talk to.
Yeah.
And, you know, Succubus and fucking...
The whole gang is there.
All the warriors.
Yeah.
Yeah. Dude, I would get so in. Because
they already made the most important decision they could make in this animated series, and that was to skip Lament of Innocence and relegate Leon to a painting on the wall and one line of dialogue.
We moved past it.
Because Lament of Innocence predates Dracula.
And was terrible, right?
And it's terrible. But but fuck that, it predates Dracula.
Yeah.
So who gives a shit?
Right. Yep.
Who gives a fuck?
If
we get to season 10, then you'll finally be able to see the War of 1999.
Yeah. Which the games have been
no
WrestleMania pointing for a while.
Because you got to go through Castlevania Bloodlines, and then you got to go through
what was the 3DS one?
3D no, those are post.
But wait, wasn't the sequel to Picard? Wasn't the sequel to Picard? You know exactly what I mean.
I don't know what you mean.
Okay.
Picard?
Follow me here. Patrick Stewart was the voice narrator.
Oh, shut up. Of Zobek?
In
the new Castlevania.
Which
Lords of Shadow?
I tested Lords of Shadow.
That shit is...
okay.
Doesn't...
And Lords of Shadow 2... is 1999, is it not?
Just go to hell.
Isn't it?
No.
It is.
Also go to hell.
That's
not what anyone is talking about. No one is talking about that. That is the Mercury Steam.
The sequel to Picard is 1999.
This is terrible, and you need to stop. No one's giving a shit about that. Not a single fuck.
Dude, listen, when I was testing that shit, and like I was doing compliance on it, so like there's a bunch of it that I didn't necessarily see, but there was also all I remember is just that it's I don't know if it's a loading screen or the opening cutscene of him walking, and it's just him. Like that's all that game is to me. It's a crowd control button, and then it's big shouldered man walking while a map is moving over him in a transparent...
Lords of Shadow 1 was better than it should have been. It was fine, but I think the biggest bummer about it was that it had almost nothing in it that was like, yeah, Castlevania. There's a single reference to Vampire Killer, the song, in the game. And it's like, okay.
So when did 1999 happen?
1999 happens after Rondo of Blood and then Symphony of the Night. Then the fucking whip gets passed down to the Morrisons due to a fucking curse.
Right, you said, what do you mean, and then? As in, it happens after?
Yeah, in Castlevania Bloodlines takes place after Symphony of the Night.
Yes, but...
And they give the Vampire Killer to the Morrisons because Richter fucked it up and cursed it by becoming Dracula's bullshit.
Okay.
And then you get Castlevania Bloodlines, then you totally do get Portrait of Ruin. You're right. You get Portrait of Ruin after that. Then there is, you remember did you ever play Castlevania, what's it called? Fucking
Circle of
the Moon or DS or whatever.
I played
They reference the War of 1999.
They sure do.
Which is the Julius Belmont with his cowboy looking shit gets the whip back and kills Dracula for good for realsies. And it is Dracula's castle enacts like a world war from the castle. And Julius kills him beyond all recognition. He will never come back. And here's Soma for some reason.
What game is Genya Arikado from?
He is from I didn't play Circle of the Moon or those ones, but he's at least from Dawn of Sorrow.
Okay.
And he runs a Japanese company.
I need that.
Yeah.
I want more of that.
He literally just dyes his hair.
Listen, look at me. Look at me.
I'm looking at you.
I need that.
Yeah, you're gonna that. We're talking season 14,
That is
15 right now.
I don't give a fuck. That is what I need. Okay? Black-haired Alucard in the suit is like choice.
That's very far away. That's very far away.
It is the coolest thing I have ever seen. It is literally that picture. I don't know shit.
It's just Alucard in a suit.
It's so clean.
It's just him in a suit.
It's so cool.
And he dyes his hair.
Old person from the past looking modern with the cool shit, with the time and the suit. It's fucking great. It's great. I love that.
I don't get it. It's literally just Alucard in a suit.
Way in. It reminds me of the motherfucker from Death Note. Delete.
I don't know what you're talking about.
Kira's lackey.
I don't know either Death Notes.
I
don't know about the anime or the Netflix adaptation.
Mikami. Teru Mikami is the name. Anyway, Teru Mikami is very similar in that way. But he also very cool part of Death Note. I liked him.
Okay.
Yeah. I like it.
Just go see some Matt Hardy wrestling matches and get it out of your system.
Nah, bro. It's gotta be Alucard in the suit with the black hair.
I don't get it. For somebody who's not a Castlevania mark, this is a bizarre, like, singular. Oh man, that's the cool bit though.
I really like Alucard in general. So seeing him in the future in like fucking choice clean,
and if I remember right,
awesome.
Him and Julius are the ones that fucking shut it down in '99.
Okay, but so you're down for this journey?
It can go like 15 seasons.
Now how much?
It's not gonna.
Netflix though.
Netflix will probably kill it after this one. It's probably done.
There's too much.
Which sucks because Dracula upon resurrection is a thing I would love to see. Because he's still depressed.
See, who's bankrolling JoJo, right? Like anime seasons can just get the money rolling. You know.
Can we get some kind of
David
new
Productions
animated horse technology so that we can get part 7?
They're already working on the horse tech, bro.
Ugh.
They're already doing
alternative companies that have nothing to do with it.
There are 10 people at David Production right now, like scanning a horse.
Maybe we can make the horse not look like shit in anime.
You don't understand, dude.
Horses are tough.
You thought Berserk was bad.
I did think Berserk was bad, and I was right because it's terrible.
Okay. I know you haven't read it, right?
Yeah.
But you know the role that horses play.
Yeah, they're all over the place.
What if they said the only way to animate Steel Ball Run is to remove the horses entirely?
Johnny can't fucking walk!
Wheelchair! He wheelchairs it!
Wheelchair run?
He wheelchairs it the whole way. What if that's the only way?
Everyone's in wheelchairs?
Otherwise, the show is canceled. JoJo is canceled?
I'd be done with it.
Or we get rid of the horses.
I'd be good with that.
Are you okay with this?
Yeah, I'm fine. I don't give a shit. That'd be hilarious. That'll result in a hilarious, like, did you know anime factoids? Like, did you know that in the original manga version of Steel Ball Run, they rode horses instead of wheelchairs?
Did you know that the original manga was called Steel Ball Run and not Wheelchair Run?
Oh, that's true. Wait, they're not riding steel balls. That would only make sense.
He's not running.
No, he's not. He's not. Johnny Joestar is not a sprinter.
He's a little, yeah. Gonna have a hard time with that one. Not gonna make it.
Don't let it be said that not being able to have use of your legs could ever stop you from Vogue posing.
Certainly not. He finds his ways. Dude, fuck it. Ditch the horses then.
This might be a spoiler question, but I wouldn't think so. Does the story start and he loses the ability to use his legs, or is he just unable to walk from page 1.
I'd rather not answer that.
Okay, that's fine.
Yeah. Anyway, the idea of Castlevania taking its time, right? And here's the problem too.
There's a lot of time to. So when I saw Castlevania season 3 like announced, I thought it was going to be just straight up Curse of Darkness, and then it cuts to continuing on from season 2. I'm like, oh, all right then. I guess we are going to take our time.
Okay, what if, right? Netflix just said, "Hey guys, right? This is doing well. It's not doing that well.
Yeah.
That we're gonna fucking bankroll you forever.
Yeah.
But let's say we're giving you exactly 15 more episodes.
Okay.
Divide them however you want.
All right.
What would you do? Because one episode for one arc is you can't, right? To pull one game into one episode would be a bad idea.
You do 5 for Simon, 3 for Castlevania 1, 2 for Castlevania 2. Then you pour all the remainder into Symphony of the Night and Rondo of Blood. So
5,
you do 10 for Symphony of the Night and Rondo.
Hold on. 5 for Simon.
Yeah.
3 for 1, 2 for 2.
Yeah. And then you do
5 for Symphony.
You do 4 for Rondo, 6 for Symphony. And then you're done.
We went past 15.
No, that's 4, 6, 3, 2 is 15.
Okay, sorry. Okay. The way you said that when you said 5 for...
Yeah, I know.
Yeah, okay, that was confusing.
But yeah, no, you do Castlevania 1 and 2, because skipping them would be fucking weird.
So you stop at Symphony?
Yeah. Symphony's the important one.
Huh. And anything afterwards...
would be a bonus. I did 20? No, I didn't. Shut
You
up.
said 5 for Simon.
Yeah.
That means 5 are now gone.
Yes, right.
Then 3 for 1.
No.
Sorry. 3 for 1 and 2 for 2. Yeah. That's the breakdown
That's
of the
5 for Simon.
That's the 5.
And then 10 for Rondo and Symphony.
10 for Rondo
which
and
would be
Symphony.
4 for Rondo, 6 for Symphony.
Okay.
That's 15.
And then you kick it there. Interesting. So you wouldn't want to give each one a little bit less in order to squeeze a bit more of the future in there?
No, because Castlevania 1 and 2 are, Dracula fucking comes back and Simon alone beats him down. And he also kills Death.
Yeah.
In that process.
Wait, when Death is around
he
in
kills
Symphony.
Death.
Symphony.
He kills Death. He beats Death to death. And then Death comes back because he's Death.
Yes, thank you. Okay. Fine. Interesting. Okay. I don't know if people are agreeing with you on ending at Symphony, but
what, you want to give Symphony of the Night like 2 episodes? Go to hell.
No, but it seems like folks want to take it at least as far as Aria of Sorrow.
I don't know.
So hard to say.
As I never played Area of Sorrow, I don't really have a strong connection to it.
Fair enough. Okay. I touched it.
Because I'd rather go and fucking do Order of Ecclesia
Order
than
of Ecclesia.
Area of Sorrow. Because Shinoa kicks ass. Because she has the tattoo on her back that shows you where the only remaining dry land is.
So you don't really care about Soma then?
I don't really care about Soma.
A lot of people like Soma.
I know.
He's a very popular character.
I am aware of this.
I think a lot of people would want to see it get as far as
I don't
Soma.
care as much for his gameplay gimmick. I don't like the absorb shitzillion abilities.
Right, but plot wise.
Yeah.
Okay.
The problem I always have with Soma is that everything Soma is doing sucks ass compared to the backstory of those games, which is the World War Against Hell of 1999. And it's like, what is that? Oh, well, the whole planet was enveloped by darkness during an eclipse, and Dracula was going to destroy the Earth, and Julius and Alucard fucking killed him so hard he can't resurrect anymore.
See, I thought you were going to say the problem you had with Soma was that every time you picture him doing actions, they're being done in really cheap cell shading.
No. It's
as opposed to a painterly beautiful...
It's the thing that creates Soma is cooler than Soma.
Yeah. Well, see, it seems like that's not
like they killed Dracula's soul. Like
let the record show that most people disagree with that.
All right, that's
but,
fine.
I don't know. I certainly don't know. But I definitely would I hope that they do get the bandwidth to at least get to Symphony.
I don't think many people would be all that upset if they skipped 1 and 2 and went straight to Symphony.
And right, because that's a whole lot of Alucard.
Yeah.
A whole lot of Alucard.
He's very popular.
We can give him some time off. We can give him some downtime.
Yeah.
While we're wrapping those other stories up.
Because because 1 and 2, like the way it ends up working out, I mean, they obviously weren't written, designed, whatever the fuck like this.
Yeah.
1 and 2 are like, yeah, Alucard's asleep when Dracula resurrects, and he's just not around.
Right. And here's the other thing, right? The way these episodes were done, don't forget how compelling and interesting like some of those side characters were that are nobody in those games.
I hope.
What's the black guy? His servant there,
Isaac.
Yeah.
So Isaac is about a million shitzillion times cooler in this anime adaptation than he ever was in Curse of Darkness.
So like shit like that, you can watch. You can dedicate more time to fleshing out characters like him.
Yeah.
And you want to see where they go.
There's one thing that I'm hoping for this season that is kind of a ass pull. But you saw in the trailer, Alucard attacks a guy to scare him outside the castle.
Yes.
I hope that's Grant. Because there are 4 playable characters in Castlevania 3. And it's Trevor, Sifa, Alucard, and Grant the Thief.
So this would be the place to introduce.
This would be I was coming to rob Dracula's castle. Now the Dracula's dead. And Alucard's like, get the fuck out of my house.
And now that the story's over, he shows up in season 3.
Yeah.
Yeah, okay.
And then he helps them fuck up Camilla or whatever.
Sure. Yeah. Okay. I'm down. Although...
I forgot his name is Grant Dynasty.
Does anyone on this piece of key art look like him? Hey.
That's sick.
Cans.
You just knocked over many cans.
Don't worry about those cans. We have a piece of key art over here.
Key art. No.
Okay.
I don't know who that guy at the top is, though.
Dude's clutching. He's clutching pearls.
Yeah.
He's clutching pearls. Okay. Well, anyway, we'll see where this goes. But
also, they're going weird on this because there's a bunch of like Asian Belmonts.
Yeah.
Or whatever the fuck's going on with that. Like that definitely never came in. Maybe you know what? Maybe that's gonna be their little tease for why Alucard would move to Japan in the future.
Is that
Genya Arcado? He's a Japanese man in the future.
Yeah. Okay.
Is Alucard in Yellowface?
He's rather pale, Pat. He's very, very pale.
But he's like pretending to be Japanese.
No, he's just very pale. He's also a weeaboo.
I'm just asking questions.
Which, let's face it, of all the cultures he would adopt.
Yeah.
Someone like him.
So yeah, in Symphony of the Night, he found a katana, and he was like,
oh. I would like to know more about this. I'm interested in this.
I have to kill, I have to kill Dad again.
Of course, yeah. He says, "I'm interested in this," and then he finds out where the katana came from.
You know what I want. You know why I want Castlevania 1 and 2 to show up? Because Castlevania 1, he gets killed again immediately upon resurrection, and then Castlevania 2, he's mid-resurrection, and Simon kills his corpse. Right?
He's just a throwaway fucking boss?
No, you're getting his corpse parts to bring him back a little bit so you can kill him harder.
Okay.
So that leads us to Castlevania Symphony Rondo, where he's back again, and he's like, yeah, which lets him look out the window and see another Belmont with another whip coming to his house.
Years later.
And just like, oh! Just fuck!
Yeah.
Again with the motherfucking whip. I hate that whip.
Everyone needs to feel tired.
I also want to point out that when he gets hit by that whip in the second season, he implies that he has already been hit by that whip in the past. He recognizes it by name. In Castlevania Season 2, Episode 7, when he gets hit by it, he goes, whoa, wow, the Morning Star whip, good job. It implies that, like, one of the older dudes beat on him with it before and lost.
Nondescript Belmont?
In between Leon and Trevor.
Okay.
Like, there's a real not again to this.
Yeah. No, I'm trying to imagine who that would be. But, okay. Excited. Big excite.
Dracula and Ganon, they have the same energy.
But Ganondorf is like it's fresh for him every time.
Yeah.
Ganon is probably tired.
Yeah,
of
but
the
they
shit.
both look out the window and they see that asshole with that one stick they always have, and they go, "Fuck again with this."
But you see the great part, if anything, if Nintendo ever had the balls to let it rock, right, would be that Ganon is the only being in the world that actually might have that memory, whereas even Link and Zelda and Dorf and everyone involved, it's all fresh and first experiences for them. But the demon itself and the stick, it definitely, it's like it's another fucking wrong.
The one last thing that I want to say to the gang in the chat watching this, who are saying calling it the Morning Star is lame compared to the Vampire Killer. To my knowledge, the Morning Star whip is not the Vampire Killer. In fact, I believe that the regular ass looking whip that Trevor has in that trailer is the Vampire Killer.
Also, I like the name Morningstar because in addition to being a reference to in addition to being a weapon name, it is also similar to what Lucifer calls himself.
Lucifer loves being the Morning Star.
That's what he is. So I think that's very cool.
I want to see Grand Cross kill 1,000 dudes.
You want that camera to zoom out and just keep going?
Well, because they're in a room with a bunch of demons attacking them,
but
I want Grand Cross to go off, and they're just smears on the wall all the way around.
Okay, but do you want it to be like that holy nuke, or do you want the video game float into the air as the things circle around him and the full-on...
No, I want it to be like a burst, like a bomb.
Okay, the holy nuke.
Like a Jesus bomb. And then the dust settles, and it's just like monster and vampire shapes on the wall.
I would like to see the float. I would be super down to see the float into the air, and as campy and as ridiculous as it is in the game too. Go for it. Drop that collar.
And I want one of the villains to have seen it and go, fuck!
What the fuck is that? Yeah, totally. Yeah. Is that what he's doing? Well, that's really hype.
That's totally Grand Cross.
Super hype that's what he's doing. I didn't catch it.
And it'd be the first Grand Cross ever.
Yeah, it would be. It would have to be, right? Certainly. Cuz he otherwise, I mean, what? Simon's pulling those out all the time, but
yeah, Simon and Richter just know how to do it.
Just doing it. Yeah. Okay.
They get a crucifix and they're like, yeah.
It's a nuke.
Yeah.
You just picked up a nuke. Oh man, that move is ridiculous. To be fair, if you're a fucking vampire spawn, that shit is busted. All right.
Yeah. It's a shame Castlevania's dead.
Well.
A bummer. Oh well.
Yeah. A couple other small things, not much. We can just roll through them real quickly.
Let's do it.
One, we know that not too long ago, our buddy George got to go hands-on with the Nintendo PlayStation. It is currently up for auction. If you feel like dropping upwards of $250,000, it can be yours.
Nah.
You sure?
I'm good.
You're good?
I'm good.
Okay, well, the Nintendo PlayStation, aka the console that is basically a Super Nintendo that was being worked on to play discs.
Are there any games for it?
That they were going to? It has a Famicom slot up top and a disc slot in the front.
Yeah, but I mean, does it play any disc games?
I think you can pop SNES games into the SNES cartridge part. I don't think you can plop
the most expensive Super Nintendo ever made.
Yes. If you feel like it. Now I don't know how far the auction's gone along. We can take a look and see, but it was pretty high up there.
Should this be in a museum instead of like...
Yeah, that's the problem. Instead of a
collector?
private collection. Agreed. And that's currently what is being discussed. The problem, what sucks right now is that this might go in someone's private collection and disappear forever.
Yeah.
But there's at least, again, like, George was able to do a big write-up on it, a big video for it.
Mm-hmm.
And then there was extensive footage of, people like checking it out and whatnot. But for the most part, we've got the current bid at $350,000.
Sick. That's a waste of money, man.
Yeah.
The only good reason I could see to spend that much cash on something like that is the idea that 10 years from now you can flip it for double whatever the fuck you bought it for.
Possibly. But it would be sad if this just went into the same vacuum it came out of.
Yeah.
Right? Essentially, it just disappears into one. You want this to go in a museum somewhere.
Now that being said, apparently I remember this was like found in somebody's attic or something.
This was someone who it was the whole story was like it was in a seized collections locker. There was someone had all their property in a storage locker, and the unit got sent to auction.
Yeah.
And then it got auctioned off, and they didn't know what it was or something like that.
So whoever picked up this thing on auction for probably dirt cheap.
Yeah.
I'm not going to tell you not to sell this for $500,000.
No, that's a life changer.
No, you should do that.
Yeah.
But ideally, the buyer should be a museum.
So the guys whose hands it was in when Bunny Hop looked at it was like it was like a father who acquired it from the company he was working at, and like his son knew what it was.
Okay.
Type of thing. So they were able to kind of figure out what to do. But I don't know. I just hope it doesn't. Exactly. I hope it doesn't disappear. So that's what's happening. The other thing was we hinted at the fact that there was some sort of BioWare news last time, but we didn't know what the fuck it was.
What is it?
Well, it turns out they're reworking Anthem. They're going to be...
the news post we couldn't read.
Yes, a substantial reinvention of Anthem is currently announced. Anthem Next / Anthem 2.0. Apparently, and basically it's them going, hey, sorry, the game was not what you wanted it to be, and we're going to be doing it again.
I have a pro tip for people in game development.
Mm-hmm.
This is the kind of drama best seen prior to the game's release.
Mm-hmm. Hey, best case scenario, they No Man's Sky it.
Yeah, but think about the timeline on that.
That's what. No. You can't.
They're talking about it now. The game's been out for 6 months.
No, it's money.
It's been out for almost a year.
Money has been spent or not.
The game's almost a year old, and they're like, maybe we should make it good. So it's at least a year away from now, right?
I am shocked that they did not just completely abandon ship.
I am also shocked,
but I guess it was because of the the game plan was for this to be a platform to last for years. So I guess they have some unspent money that would be allocated to possibly future things that could come in here.
We have a good quote from our good old friend Plague of Gripes. It says, strike while the blacksmith has quit for a year. Like, the iron isn't cold, the shop has closed. Just fuck it. This is nonsense.
He also sent me an article entitled "Scientists Find a Mysterious Ghost Lineage in the DNA of West Africans. Researchers find evidence of a group of still unknown humans interbred with our ancestors." Plague, what the fuck is this?
He sends me cute animal videos.
What am I looking at here?
Hold on,
I don't know.
What else did Plague send?
I don't know.
He sends me all sorts of stupid shit.
This is breaking. That's the headline. Breaking.
He sent
headline.
me a screenshot of a Tumblr post where somebody figured out that people have a fetish of blondes overstocking their shopping carts.
Ghost lineage in the DNA of West Africans. Well, all right, science. In the meantime,
are West Africans descended from ghosts? Is that the implication? I mean, yeah. We're all descended from ghosts. Because our ancestors are dead.
Yes. Is this the secret behind the Pharaoh bots?
Find out. Wait, hold on. It's Kojima's shit is so stupid that I literally can't even think up something that would rival things that he has actually done. Like, I couldn't think up an exaggeration dumb enough. Especially since Death Stranding has all that Egyptian shit in it.
Yeah.
I also was able to track down the source of Genius Kojumbo. It was that mobile ripoff game called
the Last Strand or whatever.
The Last Strand. And it was like, find out the new story from Genius
Kojumbo. Yes, yeah. No, indeed it was. Yeah. Yeah. Anyway, whatever. Tut stood for Tatanka Men.
Yeah.
But also Total Ultra Tech.
That's right. Total Ultra Tech.
Which is one of the manufacturers of the Pharaohbot.
Oh my god. And King Tut's been alive this whole time.
He's
taking revenge on Earth for the desecration of his mask.
Ruling from Cairo, which, did you know that Cairo...
Did you know that the word air is in the middle of Cairo, and that's why the city can fly?
No, it's because and the citizens care a lot about the air.
That's so much worse.
It
makes no sense. English isn't even a language there.
Air is the most important thing to the people from Cairo.
This is so bad.
So because they care about the air.
This is one of those things where my first thought is the name of the city even the same in the native language of the people who live there? You know how like countries change names depending on what language you're speaking? So it's like using English puns on this, but the name of the thing, fuck it.
My name is John Pyramid.
My name is John Pyramid.
And I am the pilot of the Pharaohbot.
Oh, man. Oh, the alien force. You know what they're called? They're mummies, but it's like MUMEEZ, and it's a horrible acronym.
Mommies.
Yeah.
They're mommies.
They're mommies. That's right.
Yeah. Yeah. Yep. A dash lowercase N00B dash IS.
Yeah. It's fucking so stupid. Oh my god.
All right.
I can't, I'm just thinking about all the Death Stranding names and how stupid they all are and how they became dumber over time. Except for that one. There was that one that was good that you pointed out.
Yep.
That one got way better as the game went on.
It was, well, no, you only get it at the last possible
Well, you get
second.
the first name for most of the game.
Yes, you do.
And then you get to the end and you're like,
yeah. Hey, man, you see the fucking Last of Us weapon bench?
I did.
Fuck!
Looks good.
Fuck!
Yeah, looks good.
Oh!
Playing with guns seems cool.
Wow.
You want to go get some guns and play with them?
Yes!
All right. That's what we're going to do.
So simple. So simple. All you do is you upgrade your weapons in The Last of Us 2.
And you see the person upgrade them.
And you see it happen in real life. And you know what? Most certainly, and as what to be expected, people that know the shit out of their guns are like, hey, you're doing it wrong.
Of course.
But
that's okay, because they're dumb and it's the post-apocalypse.
But this is also, well, not even that. It's just more along the lines of, yeah, but this is the first time I've ever seen a video game even bother trying to attempt this type of shit. Yeah. It's so fucking clean.
I like the part where she uses the grinder to sand down.
Because it feels like a real thing.
Yeah.
Yeah. And I'm like, oh my god, it's RE4 weapon reloading to the next level.
Yeah.
Because you just work on your guns on the bench. You know? And it's something as simple as, like, having a character working on the things that you're doing in the menus.
Yeah.
Like,
that's nice. I like it.
Right?
Yeah.
And this could apply to anything. If I'm putting new parts on my mech, I want to see, like, the fucking...
I want to see a crane pick up the new arm.
I want to see Nico putting the pieces on the thing.
Yeah.
You know? Or I want to see Roll hitting it with her wrench. Or Winry. Whichever. Same thing.
Yeah, that is the same thing.
Same thing.
That is the same thing.
You know? Fucking solid, man. God. Anyway, that was cool. I liked it a lot. I enjoyed it. All right, let's take some letters.
All right, if you want to send in a letter to this here podcast, you can send it to castlesuperbeastmail@gmail.com. That's castlesuperbeastmail@gmail.com.
Yeah, someone said wrench wenches.
I like that. I've got a nut for you to tighten. There we go.
That was
that
all right.
Actually worked.
That was all right. That was not detestable. That was actually quite functional.
Yeah.
I got a bolt.
Already. Like, it's already, like...
It's dead in the water. I got a... Yeah. I got a screw.
You need to...
I'm gonna screw you.
Yeah.
Let's have sex. Like, just terrible.
Looks like you're missing a couple of screws. Allow me to use my... penis. Wait, no, what do you use on a screw? A screwdriver. That's right.
I got a screw that needs stripping.
No screw ever needs stripping. That's bad.
It's fucked up.
Yeah, it's bad to strip a screw.
Yeah. But I got a screw that needs stripping.
That's bad. Don't do that.
I'm gonna...
No, that's terrible. The sexual analogy of that is like disastrous.
I've got a hammer.
Okay, nail is a sex word. So we got something with hammer.
Ball peen.
Yeah? Yeah?
Ball peen.
I like to imagine that Wooly and I's musings are one person saying all of them to a very confused chick at a bar.
Yes, exactly. Yeah. No. To one of these.
Yeah.
To one of the aforementioned wrench wenches.
Okay.
So to speak.
Like like Sydney.
And they want nothing to do with it.
And you're
Sydney, at FF14.
At the gas station.
Yep.
And you're like... they know their shit and you don't.
And the dude is looking around the garage
and looking for tool names.
Looking for tool, yeah, like looking for inspiration. Right? Yeah, totally. I got a level.
I got a
tape measure.
Yeah.
Oh.
I don't think this tape measure's long enough. And then you know what that would just fall apart is for like any of these wrench wenches to just turn to said gentleman and go, "What do you mean? What are you talking about?" Like in just a flat tone. And then the whole thing, then you just run away. You just run away. Leave your car. Just start running.
On foot. Just book it.
Yeah.
I got a jigsaw.
That's not a tool. Wait, it is. I'm thinking of the puzzle. I thought you meant you brought a puzzle.
Jesus Christ, man.
Yeah.
There's a saw.
Well, what about a bandsaw?
There you got that cuts meat and wood. They use a bandsaw the meat cutting.
Okay.
Yeah.
But that's not its primary use.
No. You can do that too. I got a lathe. There's no lathe in a fucking garage.
My dad had a lathe in the garage.
For what?
Fucking working on wood.
A car garage?
Yeah.
Oh, well,
we didn't keep a car in there.
Okay.
We kept a million piles of bullshit in.
No, I meant no. I get. We were talking about someone who's working on like the cars or the robots.
It's not my dad that's being the recipient of these.
No. We're talking about someone who's making the mechanical things.
Okay.
So you know.
Tire? No.
Got an air pump.
Yeah.
I'll pump
air. Got some tires that need filling, ma'am.
Good pump.
See, here's the thing. We're saying it with our voices. If we said it with like a shittier, like, hey, yeah, like slime voice, these would all work.
No, but the confidence in that makes it fall apart, though.
Yeah.
You need that. You need the guy looking around that's like completely being ignored as like the sounds of zzz, zzz,
Oh, you
and
need scratchy voice
right?
teenager,
And you need like I'll change your oil. I'll change your oil. Yeah.
Yeah.
You want some of this?
It's real oily over here. No, wait, I don't mean like. It's not like grease. I just mean
Gonna need a ShamWowder. Hey. What am I? What?
Oh man.
There.
Yeah.
That.
So the bit is done, and it's a bad bit, but I, for some reason, want to go back into it right now.
I'm moving to the emails as my brain is still racing.
Can we get like a couple more stupid bits at it?
Still racing, still doing it, falling apart. Kind of like.
Is there anything to be done with rotating tires?
I mean, it's falling apart.
Looks like it's been a while since you had your tires rotated.
I'll put you up on a cinder block.
That sounds nefarious as shit. That sounds fucking terrible. Now the bit is done.
What do you mean by that?
I'm gonna strip you for parts so that I may repair you while your legs are. I mean, what? Like,
Yeah. No good.
All right, we got some emails.
We got an email coming in from
That's good.
Mario says subs versus dubs, the dumb version.
Got it.
Actually, we saw the solution to this earlier in the form of a little comic edit where it was like subs and dubs unite over the point that subs are merely playing the dubs in their mind.
I'm not.
I am. Hello, and sorry for not really having a witty name to call. Having heard the podcast about subtitle woes, I wanted to share the latest dumbfuckery here in Mexico.
Got it.
We got a very dumb and absurd presidency right now where the guy in charge wants to raffle away the presidential plane, telling criminals to think of their moms before doing bad things and whatnot. But right now we're getting personal. The federal government is looking to have all movies, regardless of their scope and budget, have a dub version in Spanish and indigenous languages for theaters. This has sparked a lot of debate because some movies...
Does the federal government have to do with dubbing movies? What the hell?
Like foreign and anime films sometimes get limited runs by independent companies who are barely able to bring them with subtitles. Many believe this is an attempt to help more people understand movies, but it'll end up scaring these initiatives away if they're forced to invest in a dub for a movie to come out in theaters. This year we're supposed to get at least 5 anime movies in the theaters nationwide, and I would hate that this misguided law might ruin the blooming market for foreign films.
Oh, it's not going to ruin the blooming market, but what it is going to mean is that get ready for the shittiest dub tracks ever.
Yeah, that sucks,
the cheapest...
mandatory dubs.
The cheapest shit they can possibly get away with.
So the guy importing it and their cousin do all characters,
every single one,
and then tell you to watch the sub version.
Yeah.
In fact,
and also none of them can speak Spanish, so they're just ballparking it.
In fact, like most of the lines are them kind of saying what the character starts to say, and then ending the line with "You should watch it in subbed."
Yeah. There's a lot of bad fucking French dubs.
Yeah.
That I have partaken in because people wanted to go see the movie theater and we're gonna go to the French theater, and it's like, nuh-uh.
Yeah.
How important is your market is exactly proportional to how good the dub is going to be in that language.
So someone in the most tired Spanish you can imagine just saying giga, drill, brick, or you should switch to the Japanese.
Yeah.
I'm down.
I can only think of one dub ever for a small region that was fucking kick-ass.
Quebec.
And it's Quebec Simpsons.
Oh, are you forgetting about Prince of New York? The French version of Coming to America?
I've never seen that.
Okay, well, you need to talk to find your most queeb friends.
Okay.
Right? Go de sush,
Yeah.
and ask them about coming to America in French.
Well, I mean, my most queeb friend would be my dad, but I don't think he gives a shit about coming to America.
Find one that is of this relative decade
Okay.
or generation,
All right.
and ask them about that. It is a special thing for anyone from Quebec that we appreciate. As
Now, people are confused by your use of the term queeb.
Quebecer.
That is a term I believe you invented.
Yes.
Like 10 years ago.
Correct. Quebecer.
That we have all been using in the circle.
Yeah.
Yes.
On vient de Québec.
Why? Star queeb.
C'est un queeb.
Is it disparaging? I wouldn't say so,
No.
but it is fun to say.
Québécois.
And I gave you permission to do it.
That's what we are. I'm one. I'm born here. What are you giving me squinty eyes for? What the? Oh, really? Oh, really? Oh, okay. Oh, yeah, sort of, huh? Not really? Is that what that is?
So let's backtrack.
Despite the fact that I was fucking shot out right here in Montreal, Quebec.
You're getting
breathed my first gasp of air. But I'm getting gate kept. I'm not really Quebecois.
You started this because you told me to go find my most queeb friend to talk and get a goddamn copy of a French language dub, which you would never watch.
I asked, but I told you to go de sush, as in like way out there. In the places where, and I have seen it with some French friends, but I'm telling you.
You said to go get my most queeb friend,
yes,
which would be a francophone Quebecer.
Way out.
By that logic, and you not being a francophone Quebecer, not even a little.
Yes.
Yes, I'm gonna narrow my eyes
because there are degrees. There are.
You fucking ruined it. This whole fucking argument is ruined now. There's degrees of the queeb.
There are degrees of queeb. And clearly simply existing here keeps you on the scale.
On the scale.
You're on the scale. You're just not all the way on the right. Slide of the fucking slider.
I don't know. I disagree. I wouldn't call my mom a queeb.
Well, my mom isn't because she wasn't born here.
Well, my mom was, but she's like Anglophone through and through.
Yeah, but
I always internalized queeb as meaning francophone.
She's Quebecois. It's your Quebecois.
No, you're not Quebecois. Quebecois are French language, maternal language.
No,
Quebecers are English language.
Oh my god!
And the fact that you don't even know that.
Oh my god, no, dude! Quebecois is the French word for Quebecer.
Yes,
that's
exactly.
It. So that's literally.
You've never heard a French person say Quebecer?
Quebecois.
No, you fucking dumbass.
A person from Quebec is a Quebecois, and a
Quebecois is a
it's a language translation.
Group.
It is a language translation.
You don't know what you're talking about.
That's ridiculous, dude. It is the French word for the English word for people that are from this province. You're insane. Just because you say it like that and you make it and you frame it in that way doesn't mean you're any more correct about it. It is literally a French translation of the word Quebecer.
Mm-hmm. So the very first. Oh, sure enough.
Sure enough.
Yeah, I've been wrong my whole life.
The fuck are you talking about? With so much confidence.
Wooly, I talk about everything with confidence.
All right. Don't worry, I won't lord it too hard. We'll just
Turns out I was the fake queeb all along.
All along. You had the queebs in your veins.
Wait, now they're midichlorians?
They're midichlorians, exactly. Anyway. Quite frankly, I almost said frankly.
What is up with your W's right now?
Well, Q and U.
Just. Oh, but only in okay.
Did you say only in? Did you mean to say only in French? But
No, only in Qui because Quebec.
Are you? I was gonna say, are you referring to the language?
Yeah. Oh, the language is queeb as shit.
Man, I hate. You know what? No, that's not true. I don't hate it. Because we've known for a long time what this is, but it's never quite seen the light of day. So here we are. Explaining the degrees. Listen, Dominic wants to ask us a question.
What's up, Dominic?
Hey, Castle Super Beast. I came across my newsfeed, and I honestly didn't know what to make of... No, I came across this on my newsfeed as something, and it honestly made me ask what planet I was on. I don't know if you've seen this, but I thought it was pretty great, even if it is just the sign for love in ESL, Wakanda Forever. And there's a link to an article, and the article says, as I pull this up right here.
All right, let's see this shit.
Is that Harriet Tubman on a bank debit card throwing a Wakanda salute?
It is. I saw somebody on my timeline complaining about this like 2-3 days ago.
What the fuck?
Also, what's going on with the...
So,
like...
yeah.
Her head looks like banknote like coloring,
yeah,
but the rest of the photo doesn't. It looks like they photoshopped a banknote photo of Harriet Tubman onto her head.
Now listen, okay. I understand that it would be an awesome thing to have cultural icons, heroes like Harriet Tubman represented on money and so on.
Yeah, but on money's not on a debit card right away.
No, but apparently the money thing's not going through.
All right.
Apparently that got shut down.
All right.
So, but on a debit card is already, yes.
That is a
far cry.
Yeah.
That is a far cry from the original plan to put it on money. But I don't think it's up to the people making this debit card. What I can say is up to the people making this card is you can't just take
Yeah, you can.
anything.
Who's going to stop them? Who's going to stop them?
The concept of history.
You're going to stop them?
Wakanda's not real.
Isn't it?
Okay. So
Harriet Tubman would have been a huge Black Panther fan.
Probably. Not saying that that's not the case. But I am saying... Oh, God.
Did you just break your laptop?
I mean...
monitor?
There we go. It's fine. It's back. Can we just... Can we, like...
Where do you think the Underground Railroad was going? Canada was just a pit
She
stop.
was dropping him off in Wakanda.
Yeah.
Okay.
It never got finished. It was supposed to go to Wakanda.
Okay, so what you're saying is basically there's nothing wrong. Like if we just got Mary Turner holding up the "Live Long and Prosper," what's the problem? It's a peaceful sign.
I'm gonna be real. I have no idea who that is.
Oh, that's okay. Well, history lesson. It's not a fun one.
All right.
That's a lady that got strung up.
All right.
And had a baby cut out of her because of racism.
Okay.
So, yeah. Big old fun bad story.
No, that's not a good one.
No.
I didn't appreciate learning about that.
No, not great.
Nah.
Not a great. Now, if you were to take other...
Oh, Live Long and Prosper's real dark on that one.
Now, if you were to take other cultural heroes throughout Black history and other people... throughout Black history. Like, you were to take a Mary Turner and just have her holding up the "Live Long and Prosper," and there's no problem with that? We're just going to go full Star Trek on it? Really?
Well, see, Live Long and Prosper isn't associated with, like, Africa or African Americans, right?
Okay.
The Wakanda thing is, so I can understand the thought process.
Mm-hmm.
But, like...
Okay, so let's... Okay, all right, we can dial it back. All right, we can settle for Rosa Parks doing the Batu-C.
There we go. I'm good with that.
Okay.
I don't know if you know this. Rosa Parks, Adam West, best of friends. He let her ride in the front with him in the Batmobile. Which, upon making that joke, I realized there is no back to the Batmobile.
You just get a fucking $20 bill with MLK hitting the dab.
Oh, there it is! Not by the color of their skin, but by how low their dab can reach.
All right.
Oh, that's a sick dab. This is the worst. Oh,
You know what had to do it to him.
if you go back in time, you probably find MLK standing with that like one hand over the other stance, and just recreate that shit.
Okay. Well, I can't believe that card is real.
It's really weird.
Y'all need.
You gonna get one?
I mean, before it's pulled, I would love to. I would absolutely love to.
So what if it's not only not pulled, but it starts a new trend?
Wow. Okay. We start pushing the history.
Push it.
Well, we already did.
Make history cool with the kids.
We literally just did that.
Yeah, we did. Our
Just
ideas are free.
update the textbooks.
Jesus flossing his way out of the cave.
That is not the same thing. That is not the same
I'm just
thing.
thinking historical figures doing dumb shit.
Nah, we've swerved off. And we've already seen Jesus doing the fucking da 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 hey da da da.
That's true, we did see that.
So it's, yeah. It's about the heritage
Uh-huh.
and the commodification thereof. Oh boy. Well, yeah. Marcus Garvey rocking a T-pose. I'm down with it.
What was that? A screenshot from an unreleased Marcus Garvey video game?
For power. To intimidate. Yeah, that's fine. That's fine.
That's a fine podcast.
We can leave that there.
We mocked some historical figures.
We sure did.
Got into a race argument, which I totally lost.
Yeah.
Hey,
I'm surprised. You know what? I'll swerve it back a little bit, but I'm surprised you've never heard of Mary Turner. If you haven't, you should look that up and read that article.
I don't think there's a whole lot of good that will happen to my life by me reading that article.
Knowing about it is a pretty good.
Yeah, that doesn't seem to be a good one.
I suggest.
I know enough now. Thank you.
Yeah. So,
Happy Black History Month, everybody.
Happy Black History Month.
You know, there was a real great moment the other day when I sat down to start my stream. And Paige, by the way, somehow never saw RE5 once. Ever. And she was like, oh, cool, where's it take place? And I'm like, oh, sick. This'll be a lot of fun. And then I realized midway into the stream, shooting our way through Kijuju, oh, sick. Happy Black History Month, everybody. Good game to stream.
Okay. No, we had, I'm sorry.
Oh, man.
Plague.
You didn't see what I said yesterday when you were streaming Garfield.
No, Plague, no.
What did Plague do?
No, Plague,
What did he do?
Absolutely not. That's not okay.
What did he do?
That is not okay. He wrote...
I'm not repeating that shit on the air.
Plague of Gripes wrote the May 1918 Dabbings. And we're done. And we're out.
We're done.
We're not. No, that's not. We're not.
Eli wins.
We're not. That's the end. Goodbye, everybody.
All right, goodbye.